I ask you please to all take your seats now so that we can, people are needing to get sat down. I'd like to welcome you back. Welcome back the friends from the section who are on live streaming and the interpreters too. Today we have English, French and German interpretation, no Greek today, but our Greek colleagues all speak wonderfully other languages. So welcome to the administrations who wish to join us. This is an issue that we'll have to look at. I don't think it's of interest to Aiace, but new policies as far as mission spending and being green and not flying so much. This is something that's going to have to be mentioned at the Congress. They are very kindly apologise for that. Some of the EP, people have no EP, and the others said, well, they hadn't come here for reasons of organisation.
But we
need to be aware of that because one of the interests of these congresses is to be able to actually meet up with the administrations of the other institutions.
To hear from administrations from different institutions.
So that's a parameter that needs to be taken into account
when we are planning our meetings. I don't know if it is
I don't know what is there for as the president of the CGM and head of unit well, you've been very useful over the years, so we'll be coming on in a year and a half or two. Then we have Mr. Overtost that you know, and then DGHR from the Commission, Mr. Moreno, who's the new head of unit for social action for both active and retirees, saying this section is no longer being presented. And this is our day-to-day business. Sometimes our day-to-day business takes place at night. And I didn't want to send two people, very nice of them, to invite a friend. They couldn't come. Now, the director had I think his parents were celebrating their 80th birthday. I mean, family, for me, family comes first, so that's fine that they didn't come. And Roberto is to be talking about Social Security and the sickness funds and so on. Don't forget there are workshops on that tomorrow. And these two people have worked under my orders. Lots of air quotes there, but Martin Vink, my friend, is there. He's basically the head of units for pensions. People are, well, the previous head has also retired, so there's a lot of changes. So every encouragement to you, Nathan. It's a very complex daily business to talk about the sickness funds, and it's something we're very excited about. And those of you who are here with your plus ones, your partners, whatever you want to call them, we're going to be looking at administrative questions of the internal market and the future of Europe. And therefore, that's interesting for them to take part this afternoon. So now we can start our meeting. Now we're starting with the Court of Justice. I said yesterday that I attach a great deal of importance to the smallest of the institutions. Not smallest in importance, of course, but because they're very, very important. So we'd like to start with you. The floor is yours. Well, thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me along, allowing me the chance to be here with you as I... Sorry, we have at noon on video conference Christian Roch from DGHR, which I think is still your acting director right now. He'll be joining us on video. He would like to have been here in the sunshine in Greece with us, but he does have other engagements, so he's going to be connecting at noon on local time. That's 11 o'clock Belgian time. So I'm sorry to have interrupted you there. No, thank you. Well, it was good to know. Christian will be on screen. It'll be nice to see him, to meet him. There we go. No, I just started to thank you for inviting me. I will be with you in a couple of years for the Court of Justice. Then it's a small institution with a large influence on legal issues, not directly in terms of the administration of the court, but jurisdictions that make the law in these domains. And they really are the law makers, if you like. So we're going to be talking about the sixth round of that. And as far as the activity of the Court of Justice itself, just to let you know, from the start of the year, we have rebuilt the part for rebuilding entitlements, a new unit called the unit for setting and paying these entitlements. So it's fixing these or setting these entitlements for pensions. We've got Annex 7 that concerns the units, hiring and so on. And then with the actual payment of the entitlements, so that's done in tandem with the PMO for the salaries and remuneration of people and people from the institution. So that concerns the members of the jurisdiction. So there's a great effort to being made there to streamline things, to not damage colleagues, but certainly to make things more fluid, make the contacts easier. And we want to see how we get to organize a day for the retirees. We want to do that before the pandemic. The pandemic intervened. We have annual reception for staff, which the court organizes really it was organized to celebrate the end of the pandemic. We're going to be able to see colleagues. It's not a joke to say that we're going to take note of their presence as substitutes for life certificates. So we just very much hope that people come to see us and they no longer need to issue these questions.
Pour rappel simplement, donc nous avons toujours cette.
Just as a reminder, we still have this task that befalls upon us from the administration to ensure that we ensure that all pensioners remain in contact with the institution in Luxembourg. They organize actions when necessary. It's a task that is very much appreciated by the colleagues from the institutions, the former colleagues, to be more specific. I still deem them colleagues, but you can refer to them as former colleagues if you wish. That's the Court of Justice. Chair, to not go over time, then I would suggest that we look. Yes, for that question, we're going to look at the monitoring, and Michael and Pierre will speak on that. Well, they couldn't come, they apologize for that. When it comes to the big problems that we face in terms of recognition by national systems of JSIS, we will be speaking about that later. It's going to be one of the main issues of the morning. In any case, can we maybe move on to that right now? Later on, okay. So, can we leave the commission off? No, of course not, but maybe it's time to remind us that irrespective of what's going to be said, there's going to be a lot of work that's going to be needed in our daily lives to help us in our reports, to ensure that our reports can be dealt with the Director General, who is very open to our input. We very much appreciate that. And now we have to move on to the official part that you could perhaps describe. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you first and foremost for the invitation. Lisbon was the first time that I got involved in this, and this is the first time that I'm doing so as head of unit. I'm very happy to be here. As said by the Chair, the reason that we are here on behalf of the Commission and the administration, I believe that this is shared by my colleague too, that are the colleagues here that are among us, it is to communicate the latest developments, give you the possibility to ask questions, carry out potential workshops on aspects that could be clarified, help you, but also to express our gratitude for the work that you are doing for the association and its members. COVID and its associated crisis was one of the best examples to show how collaboration between Aiace and the administration allowed for us to overcome a lot of problems. In particular, in terms of the vaccinations, and be that in Spain, France, or Italy, and how we could do our bit to reach our joint goal, how collaboration could be very effective and indeed culminate in success. In any case, I'm here among you today to express certain points to you that could be of interest for you. In particular, the fact that we have developed a new gateway for pensioners that is in the test phase right now. We have included users in the development stage more than we have in the past. We have been working with representatives from your association. This new website is a new development. It's more dynamic, etc., but it's also more accessible, and this is something that is very important for us to ensure that we have a tool that is adopted to the people that are going to actually use it, and that's why we included members of your association in the development phase. So please come and talk to us once it's set up if you wish. Now, in terms of over the past few years, we have had a number of plans for work that we have had to do, and we have left certain aspects to the wayside. We're hoping to be more regular with our informative bulletins going forward. We hope to have a type of library that's of all the publications that we make for you to access. We'll have Yammer after EC 2. We're speaking here of an effective communicative tool. We want to thank those who contributed, Michelin and Martin, for example, working voluntarily for your association. Thank you for your wonderful help. Equally, we set up an extra communication tool, which is a bit more adapted to time. It's time that we more modern. We're speaking here of podcasts and videos. We interview people on different topics, and it allows to gain experience from former colleagues. We interviewed Aiace, for example, a former colleague. The official publication is scheduled for June, but during the meeting you can go to the pensioner corner, and if you should be able to reach the website that will allow for you to access the podcast I'm referring to. This is something that we are going to do more and more, carry out interviews on current affairs or with people who really shaped their time. Last point, it was important to cover it, I believe. As Dominic said, our ears are open to hear your feedback and your concerns. If you have anything, if you come across something that doesn't work, let us know. This concerns the pensioners webinar too. If you have anything you want to share, share it. Now we're meeting in person more. Do we think that we're never going to meet in person again? No. Working remotely, at least during the crisis time, it allowed us to have something to offer you, allowed us to be in contact. Is that going to replace in-person meetings 100%? Not at all. That's not our intention. We would like to have maybe information available for the preparation phase that will occur far ahead of the meetings themselves. Once preparations are underway, they often happen 6 months ahead of an event. That's why it's important to ensure that we have instruments available that will help you to prepare, allow for an assessment of decisions that are going to be taken too. Now, for this preparation, we're speaking here of a combination of different components. I believe we're going to have seminars in person, remotely too. We can't just go back to one or the other. Both have their pros and cons. I hope I haven't forgotten anything here. Dominique, can I give the floor back to you? Oh, okay, then I'll give the floor to my colleague here. Yes, I think you said everything. Thank you very much for your invitation. It's always a pleasure to be among you. I wanted to just add a few things to what Philippe said. Now, on the publication, you will receive the new publication before mid-June, I hope. We had certain constraints, and there were priorities that had to be taken in mind. That's just, and had to be translated, example, which takes a lot of time too. Now, in terms of the podcasts, you will find it on all podcast platforms on your phone. If you go into the podcast app, wherever it is, just type in Pensioner Corner and you will be able to find this. If you don't have a mobile phone, just go on Google and type in Podcasts Pensioner Corners and you will find it. If you can't download it, you can come speak to me at any time and I can help you do it. It's a temporary version. There are still things that have to be improved. So the feedback that we'll take from the event can be implemented in June. These podcasts allow for us to exchange information on meetings, etc. Now it's true that not everybody speaks French. We will be doing this bilingually, with that in mind, English and French. We'd like to have German included too, but we do not have somebody who can cover that in our team. I can hear music. That's the music from the podcast. Somebody found it. It works great. Okay. Now we know that not everybody will be able to hear everything that's on a podcast. That's why we are going to have a transcript that you can read. Monica, in her podcast, referenced a lot of websites, etc. And for that, we will have links so that you can access the information. I wanted to go back to social actions that we are carrying out with social bodies and volunteers from your association. During COVID, you were really exemplary. We couldn't have done our work without you, be that with discussions with member states or be that more with neighbourly compassion. Many volunteers continue to work and help pensioners who are in tough situations. It was really impressive, and we see every day how much we really need this collaboration between our bodies and your volunteers. We cannot repeat it enough. We take so much information from you, gain so much information from you, be that through workshops, etc. Now, be it because of the financial situation or COVID, we've had an increase of the number of people who are getting involved in social action. We expected an increase, but it really increased a lot more than we expected. We have a lot of people who are really in difficulty right now who are coming to us for help, especially people who are in difficulty, financial difficulty or health difficulties because of COVID. People who were caught with very high bills and who came to us for help. Thank you so much. We'll come back to that. But could you, in 2 words, sum up what you are able to do financially to help people who are in trouble? We can't overlook the fact that pensions are going to be reduced more and more. We're going to have to introduce contractors and staff that had far lower wages than others, regular civil servants. So we have to keep that in mind. Yes, we have a lot of different means when it comes to funding. We have a budget and we have a council for our budget where we deal with budgets before we introduce the budgets. They analyze problems, they negotiate with donors when necessary, so that things can be updated. Now, it doesn't always work great, perfectly, but it's a good approach and it's necessary. We try and meet the budget auditor as much as possible, the budget advisor as much as possible. Equally, we have extra aid that can be called upon of €4,000 max in cases of emergency, and it can reach 6,000 max yearly, I've just been told. But that can only be used in emergency cases when other possibilities are not available. Be they accidents, for example. We had somebody whose house burnt down. They didn't receive aid from their insurance fast enough, and we then intervened to help them find housing while they were waiting for insurance payout. It could be for a funeral, for example, people who don't have the means to cover that. There are a lot of different situations that can arise. We can get involved when somebody can't pay bills, for example, because they do not have the financial means, because they don't have the cognitive abilities to do so. So that we get involved then and try and help them. That's the budget side. And of course, we have a lot of pensioners an increasing number, who do not benefit from a good pension. We have widows or widowers. We can get involved based on Article 76. That allows for us to intervene when necessary, giving financial aid to help with medical costs. Oh, thank you very much. There are a number of people under your protection that you help. Maybe you should touch upon that because we have a lot of volunteers here. Yes, we have a lot of people who are being protected. My colleague during the workshop tomorrow will present this particular topic. It's very important. This is something that we have to really prepare. Sometimes we have some colleagues who are being taken care of. There can be many risks that can arise linked to age, where you lose out on, where you can't have independence anymore and you are being taken care of. We don't want this to be done by a lawyer or somebody they don't know. And there are often volunteers who help in this regard. Yes, a lot, really. We have a number of different ways to address this. We have the PMO. We have your volunteers who say, look, this is a difficult situation, we want to get involved. Sometimes it's local authorities, municipalities or regions that help. Sometimes it's us, ourselves, who want to take care of people at a legal level because they are under a conservatorship, because they are in a bad situation, they can't look after themselves. So we get involved then in conservatorships of that nature if necessary. Yes, it is very varied. Even if there aren't means for pensioners, the work they do is wonderful. They do their utmost to help. There was a question here that was raised by Monique during the last meeting. We believe that we understand that this is only used when in really grave situations. Monique, you had examples of people who fell under conservatorship because of certain situations. Could you take the floor maybe and explain that? Yes, I was contacted by colleagues who fell under this last year and who really had a terrible experience with it. They really were not happy. In one case, this was somebody who was suffering from cancer for 50 years, incurable, and who had to look after children at home. They received a letter that they had to go to the post office to receive. And it was very difficult for the person to fill out documents, etc. There was no contact from former colleagues, former medical staff. The person really felt that they were stigmatized. And this really can affect people, of course, psychologically, etc. This is a difficult context. They feel lost, they feel alone.
Et voilà, donc and this is why I raised this. I do not know if you can address this. Of course, this is of great concern to us and has been of concern to us for a while. And it's a question of procedure. There's some imperatives on data protection, on decisions that have been made, on giving feedback as soon as possible, and sometimes the decisions are taken at the last minute. But often the result is not acceptable, and there is need for support in this kind of very, very complicated situations that colleagues who have who are facing great sicknesses are forced to deal with. They probably should have direct contact, because often the feedback is that I don't know where you're working, and 2 days later they receive information that yes, we received your letter in our mailbox. This is not acceptable. But at a technical level, we are still facing problems. But should you be in this kind of a situation, or should you know of this kind of a situation, address us directly so that we improve our work here. We agree with this 100%. Alan can add to this. Once a position has been taken, we do try to support. But if it's a very serious situation, when you're talking about preparation towards a terminal illness, then we will start discussions with the medical service to try and find a modus operandi that is more humane and more supportive, instead of just dealing with this in an automatic manner. Because for support, says Monique, some colleagues have already gone back home for treatment, and at this level, Aiace should be of use. This would be very useful in terms of partnerships. This is a question of data protection when you're talking about the individual, but there should be a way to find a solution. Thank you very much, Philippe, because we find your concern in this matter very humane. It's important for us to know this. It serves to just ask us if there is a case that you know of, then we analyze it and we see how the individual experienced this interaction. There are not so many, but we have to make sure that the scenario does not reproduce itself. After the summer vacations, I am thinking of organizing a seminar for volunteers, and I would appreciate your presence, because it's important for the volunteers to know what is going on. Most of these volunteers are not trained as social assistants, because this is a profession by itself. But our volunteers are doing their best to ensure that there is a win-win situation in their service. So it's important for our volunteers to know exactly what they should know, and we could revisit what we had already started in Malaga. Maybe we could have Malaga 2, which will obviously not in Malaga, but this kind of meeting would benefit greatly from your presence, the social assistants, and also other institutions. Maybe it's now time to give the floor to the PMO. There's a report with the services of other institutions, because there are colleagues here from other institutions. Yes, we have very close relations with different social institutions. We in fact organized a conference, an institutional conference, which was known as IWORK, that is European Welfare Officer Conference, that is EWOC. I believe that we drew this from Star Wars, but you can see my geek side from this name. We were around 50 of us who participated in this meeting, if I'm not wrong, to analyze our practices, to see how we can better harmonize them, to develop ways of work, because social assistance within the institutions are rare. 50 people in the middle of thousands of staff is really a small number. So what we're trying to harmonize is how to help people who are in need of our services while being aware of our reality, we also were able to know what the needs are and to update the needs. And this is of great importance to us. Just to revisit what you mentioned,
je comprends tout à fait le trait d'humour, mais clairement, ce sont nos bras et nos yeux.
These are our hands and our eyes on the ground. When we talk about social assistance, we are only 3 extensions. We cannot reach all the people in Europe. It is you, the volunteers, who help us work. You are our eyes and our ears on the ground. You are our hands as well. You do the work for us. By working together, we are able to help people, and this is the only way. Thank you very much. I believe that you will take the floor a bit later. As for the Court of Justice, do you have anything to add on social service? I would like to publicly thank the Court of Justice, which has set aside funds for a specialized social assistant for pensioners. I got to meet the person in Luxembourg, and it doesn't happen often where an institution sets aside funds for such a post that is extremely important. I believe that you have 2 staff and they're paid well. Yes, please. Thank you very much. I have a question for those that are new to Aiace or who are just participating for the first time in the General Assembly. I'd like to understand who the social workers are or the social assistants are. Is it us, the ambassadors in our countries, or what is it exactly? Because I find that the ambassadors in Germany also need, and you yourself already mentioned, Dominic, we also need training. This is very, very important. I will just add to this very quickly. These are very unconsciously chosen words. In terms of understanding, let us talk about social workers. When we talk about social workers, we talk about social assistants, psychologists, educators. We talk about people who work for the society, people who have a certificate for special training to support people, and who work at the Commission but in the institutions. There are around 50 social workers and mainly social assistants. This is a specific certificate. It allows us to have people who support those in need. The psychologist, of course, has a therapeutic role, and the social assistant will continue to support. We also work with volunteers who are the ambassadors to allow us to have access to the people. It's thanks to the volunteers and the ambassadors we're able to communicate with the people that we do not meet every day, people who are far from Brussels. We're able to talk to them. So there are different professionals in different institutions. There are the volunteers, many of who are in the room, and I will now give you the floor, Roberto, because we also have the ambassadors. Maybe you could explain the role of ambassadors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will introduce myself later. Ambassadors are a network that we created, I believe, 4 years ago in order to connect people, because the insurance scheme could not reach the number of people that they needed to reach with the resources that we have in terms of efficiency. It would call for a myriad of personnel. So we had the idea, and we discussed this with Didier, to have a network of people on the ground who are volunteers, people who work regularly with contributors who are facing difficulty. The ambassador will have a general overview of the situation. It's the ambassador who will analyze the situation, who will be our eyes and our ears to see a full view of a situation, a particular situation, because we cannot be present in all member states. And they will communicate to us the information on what challenges are being faced in states, and also what certain members of our scheme are facing. I will now underscore what I mentioned earlier. The data protection policy calls for us to be very careful, and within the PMO we are working towards this to find a solution so that we are always efficient. We have had a few cases of people who have sent their information to DPO, and this is not even at the institution level, but at the institution in charge of data protection, and they're calling on us to help them. And it's very difficult for us to justify why certain information has been communicated. And we do try to help at the behest of certain individuals, and sometimes this includes legal assistance. So we're still working on this. We hope that we'll be able to find a solution soon for the sake of volunteers and ambassadors, in order to help the information flow better between the ambassadors and the institutions for social services and for those that are members of the medical scheme. We have a lot of help from ambassadors and volunteers. And sometimes we have to call the volunteers and we ask, how come we're not able to speak as easily as we did before? How come we don't have a flow of information? And we always try to find a solution, but this is a very borderline solution. This has to be legally sound. We have to find a legally sound solution. Thank you very much. Roberto, you will talk about this a bit more later. Just to respond to Viola, I will talk about Malaga 2 a bit later, when we'll have training for ambassadors and volunteers. As has been said several times, the section can also request training for volunteers at section level, and DGHR is always ready to collaborate with you, and we have a representative in the room. And beyond what we are calling Malaga 2, which will be just an overview, there is a technical training at sectional level which is available as long as you request for it. I could perhaps explain to those that do not know, because of the data protection challenges, an ambassador can submit an individual case to the PMO. The PMO will respond, but this response cannot be given to the ambassador. The response has to be sent to the individual. And it is up to this person, if they need more explanations, to ask the ambassador to explain the response. Then it's at this point the ambassador will know the content of the response, because previously they will know there's a response but not the content. So what the ambassador will ask: have you received a response? Is it satisfactory? Should we explore this a bit further? For now, this is what happens unless PMO finds a different solution. But I would be very shocked if we're able to train ambassadors specifically unless we're giving them general information and not personal information. Thank you very much. Please, then Michael will take the floor after you. Good morning. I would like to ask a question to DGHR concerning social assistance, because in small countries we do not have the possibility to do this. Of course, we have our role as volunteers, but when we try to get into the private life of people, this could cause a problem with the family. So I had the opportunity to meet somebody who worked for the United Nations and who is now in retirement, and this person told me that they have a social assistant, a local social assistant on contract, and offers services to around 100 people. Of course, this depends from one country to the other, but they offer professional service as social assistants. And they consider this even in small countries. Of course, those that are in Brussels are lucky, but for the rest of us in smaller sections, it's more difficult. I will take this opportunity to ask another question. Just allow me to do this. Michael, you'll take the floor later. How can our contributors call on national services, health services? For us, there are no small countries. We help everybody. We had one pensioner in Thailand who called on us, and we helped solve the problem. How do we work? We use networks. We try to find the closest national health service that can work with you. We work hand in hand. We have several exchanges, and I believe this has happened in Portugal, if I'm not wrong, and we work hand in hand to find the most adapted situation. Of course, this is based on the work of volunteers and hoping that they will not be seen as intrusive by families.
We came along to Athens to do a workshop on volunteering work, and Espino can confirm that. And we were looking at services, making those accessible for Greece. There weren't any, but in 2 hours we managed to find social services that could help. That's our skill set. That's what we do. We can do that through a workshop, but if maybe we can find local services that can help our members. Retirees have absolutely the right to call on local social services. There is no reason why they shouldn't. Now, if you're asking financial service aid from them, that's a bit more complicated. But if you are looking for to be helped to receive assistance, that's perfectly legitimate. People always go to the CPS in Belgium. That's the CPES, AS. That's the local social services offices. But they can't always intervene there. So it's our job to help to find these services and track them down for our members. Your microphone for the chair. Well, social services, that's a tricky one, and I think it is worth dedicating some time to that. Well, let me just give you my experience. It's true that social workers need to be able to establish contacts with public services in the member states, and I can vouch from my own experience in the UK that they can also give us advice to tell us the right way to tackle any particular problem or to track down the person we need. And it's really very, very valuable help that can avoid any gaps in the service. But I have a question about one of the first points you raised. That is the new portal. What platform is it based on? And does that mean you need to have some kind of a login or credentials, a register, or is it open to all? Perhaps you could just tell us a bit more about the situation so that we're fully up to speed with that. Yes, the portal is based on the Mintracom structure, the same structure. Now, we're trying to make it as accessible as possible for people with disabilities. That's very important. Whatever the retiree, if they're in a situation where they have some kind of disability, we need to make that as open as possible to them. We're not completely there yet, I'm afraid. Digital accessible, we're trying to make it as accessible as possible. You do need a login to be able to get into the system, as you do anything involving the institution. It's a question of security, cyber security, unfortunately, but people managed to connect. I remember, well, not even 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it was amazing that you had, these logins and EU login for life, and the things have got easier over the years. Well, as you've mentioned EU login for life, we have real issues understanding what that means. What is the added value of that? When is it going to be launched? And when are we going to be able to manage the two populations in parallel, with entitlements, with different accesses, log-on rights? We're a bit in the dark about this. Well, we're very much in the dark, I would say. Can you please shed some light on this whole matter? Well, the EU login, the normal one, if you like, and the EU login for life are two different access means, but once you're in, it's exactly the same system. It's just different ways of authenticating your identity. Let me take this opportunity to tell you that because EU login is still going to be necessary, and probably more and more necessary as time goes by, to access this information on the new Aiace site, we have even more information and documents and forms, everything that's in the public domain, of course, for those that don't have access to EU login. And those of you who want to have an EU login, which we very much recommend, there's an international help desk, which is in the geranium room next to this room, and they will help you to create your account and your login. The problem, if you like, is actually setting up the account. Once that's done, you're laughing. Eva? Thank you. I would also like to support the Michael's question there, because EU login for life does cause problems. It's quite new for Council and Commission, if I've understood. They're talking about it coming on stream from the 1st of December, but some people said it had that earlier. So I'd like to know the exact date, because if we've got, as a local help desk, if we have to help our retirees, we do need to keep asking them, did you get the EU login for life before or after? Because access is not the same. So what worries me is to know exactly what is the purpose, what's the ultimate objective of EU login for life, because our EU login, I mean, the EU login we have, is that not for life as well? I mean, I really don't get what this is all about. When neither Michael nor Eva understand anything, that's usually a pretty good sign that it's not very clear. Let me remind you that there is a workshop with Martin Plateau on EU login, and tomorrow there's going to be another event. I'll give the floor to our other Martin, who also looks after retirees, Martine. Well, indeed, there are a lot of concerns around the EU login, but that starts with the words EU login for life. From 20 December 2020, all staff from Commission and Council automatically, when they put in their request for retirement into the system, they automatically got an EU login for life. The problem is that there may have been a communication problem somewhere down the line, because on Mainacom there is some confusion, and I think it's contradictory, in fact, what it actually says there. And people said, well, this Mainacom is contradictory in what it says. You need an external EU login. Now that's false. The external EU login is only for people who cannot put in their request into system. And it was the system before 2012-2020. So it's not automatic, but all the people of the agencies and other institutions that can't enter the system are going to have to use, and still have to use, the external login. Now what we've heard is that once you're in, you see exactly the same thing. It's not you have different content once you're in. We need to see what the retirees see, and we've heard all sorts of tales, and it really is very confusing, and we're going to have to revisit this. Well, thank you. Tomorrow.
Just to ask one question more about this EU login for life. Does it mean that they can use the EU email address in the EU login for life?
Corporate address, ça c'est encore. Alors là.
Well, perhaps you might remember that I was still director of the PMO. I mean, we're talking about last century here. Yeah. Anyway, and I suggested that we all had an email address as former officials, and those who have names in several parts, who didn't necessarily know their entire name. And we asked the administration to be able to sit down and talk to them about that, but that established that. But it's very hard to get these email addresses. You have to connect. I don't know whether they're doing that for us or not. It's been on the table for a long time to get these corporate email addresses, corporate external address. We shouldn't mix things up. You know, there are corporate addresses with ext extension, essentially for senior and other people. That's not the address that will be given to the retirees. Those retirees will have an extension at RET. Fortunately, it's the same abbreviation in English and French, retiree et retraité. So we hope that that's true. And we hope it won't be complicated as it is right now. I do manage to get in, but then it gets cut off, and then I can't do it any longer. In principle, we shouldn't have this kind of issues anymore with these corporate addresses for the retirees, but that will be something that people will have to discover as they go along. There's going to be automatic sending, that's going to be private. Many of us have private addresses. It's all about data protection and so on. Well, what we've asked is that when a message comes in, at least we should be aware that there's something in the inbox. We don't need to have to connect every single day to see if anything's come in. Yes, another question. Emails. This is a dossier that's been on the table for a long time. And I think 2 or 3 years ago, we were being pushed to set something up. But you know that the impact of creating this email address is a lot more complex than you might think at first sight. So we now have to add all data security issues there. And for the rest of the active population, do we have that for everybody or just the external people? At the time, we weren't able to offer an email address that offered any advantages over your existing email address, except for the fact that the administration would know your email address from the outset. So there's going to be a certain amount of reticence here because they didn't want anything that ends with the name of the Commission. But the former DG, Director General of the DG, said 3 weeks ago that for her it's also at the top of the agenda. And Digit are going to be looking at this. Well, we'll find out what happens when we open up the inbox. It's probably going to be full of love letters, who knows, or people urgently needing social assistance. Who knows what we'll find? Well, just to complete the anecdotes, this project is a few months late because there were discussions among different services whether we should have a dot or a dash inside the address. And that's funny, but it's not a joke, it's real. Spinach, sorry. I forgot, I didn't see you, but if you're late asking for the floor, there's a penalty. I need to come back to the role of the ambassadors here. If an ambassador writes something to you, normally they have all the details. In other words, the protection, data protection takes place, but it's more than a general request. It's imperative to have feedback on this because the person that actually has the problem is not able to answer. I don't want to have all the details, but I need to hear from you whether you've reacted. And even if you just tell me generally, this is what we did, this is what we didn't do, because this is important. But just to leave us sort of hanging when we need to know these details, that's another problem for us, because I have to come back to you and grill you on this, but the situation is not resolved. We need to know exactly what it is, and we need to have an explanation of what's going on. But if I can't do it myself, if your answer is not sufficient and we don't get feedback, then, you know, correspondence. Well, Roberta's going to address this a bit later on. I think there's a lady down there in the room. I'm sorry, but with the spotlights, it's hard to see who's who. We're a bit dazzled.
I apologize if I have to ask questions about things that I don't yet understand because I'm quite new here. I just recently retired and I was under the impression I do not have any more corporate email. Now, you're explaining a lot of things about how this has been discussed and done. Do we have or not a corporate email? I see you're shaking your head, so we do not have an extension .ret email. Okay, thank you very much.
Except if you are from Parliament.
Okay, thank you. That's what
or
I
active senior.
Okay.
And you can be happy like that without it.
Because I was wondering whether I have this box of emails where lots of people send me, like you said, love letters, and I don't even know about it. Okay, thank you.
Bonjour, autoparolique de la Tchéquie. J'ai juste deux suggestions.
From Czechia, just a question about ambassadors. ambassadors and data protection. Would it not be possible to explore the possibility of the person with whom the ambassador is in contact should give full powers to that ambassador, and that way that would resolve the problem? Secondly, the new portal. Is the administration envisaging, before that comes on stream, to have that tested by a population of Aiace to make sure they don't have any unpleasant surprises when it really comes on stream? Yes, well, thank you. They're both very relevant questions. The portal is or has been tested online by the retirees as guinea pigs to know exactly how it works, and we're waiting for the users panel to give us their feedback. For Roberto's going to speak to us. Yes, that's very relevant. One approach we're looking at is the role of the ambassadors and the volunteers. Volunteering is going to be the way forward, but there's a question of management that's very much sort of on the fly. So we've got a working group has been launched, and I am aware of the issues here. But we can always find a solution. The interpreter apologizes, the sound keeps cutting out from the original feed. So we'll do our best. Monique? And then we'll stop there. I want a question. You talked about active seniors. What's the situation there? This is an initiative that was launched in 2014 to make the most of the expertise of former members, and that's very dear to my heart. So I'd like to know what the situation is with the active seniors, and what about the database that was set up 4 years ago, so that retirees concerned can help to provide their input on the basis of their expertise, and managers can then have access to the database so that if necessary they can find the profiles that they're looking for. That would be really important. I'd just like to add a word about medical dossiers or other people facing difficulties. The whole point of this is to try and make it so that people don't need us anymore, so that they can again become responsible for their own situation. Some people never get information directly from the PMO because and logically they can't have access to medical data, and if they receive a request for reimbursement, it's their responsibility to point that out to us.
The work that we have to do with the people so that they can become independent. Sometimes it's tough. Sometimes we have to ask if they've actually been able to send the information. Personally, I'm not really an advocate for everybody to know everything, because you will have more and more people who will ask you for help. If is in a family situation, for example, your mother cannot carry out certain medical tasks, what are you going to do? Everybody's different, every human being is different, so. Cannot hear the speaker. Yes, just on active staff. Yes, this is an initiative that has been very successful and is becoming more and more successful. Resource constraints are well known among you, so it's good to have expertise, and it's necessary from the DG side. So now we're looking at how we can make a link between the needs and what is available. We have not found the best approach yet. We have the database, yes, but it's not extremely effective. And to be honest, I don't know if we'll ever have a proper database. The Commission has tried for years now with various services which will allow for heads of unit to find particular profiles, but it doesn't work. The goal here, from what I'm saying, is to see if you have any skills, etc. Then don't hesitate. Come and say, look, I put forward this request, or speak to Alan and his team and say, look, I'm going to put myself forward here. I have these skills. Could I be useful to whichever DG? And as such, we can create links. There are so many needs from our side. So if anybody is a specialist in data protection or anything like that, then we could have a former colleague who could come, jump on board, who has the time, and of course this will serve everyone's interest. Yes, just on the call we received from the GHR, for example, it was just like that, to try and get involved. So we'll maybe take some more questions, and then I would suggest that we have a little coffee break then. And of course we'll come back to the pension issue, etc. But that won't stop us from continuing afterwards, will it? So I'm very happy to get light shed on the social aspects. It's always important. The floor is yours.
Because you said for the active senior, you have to actually be active and proactive in order to get it. Another thing I have experienced is that the managers who might profit from this, and that's usually the middle managers, but also the senior managers, are not always aware of it. And I think when training middle and senior managers, I think one should actually promote this, because it was promoted to us in the training for the pensioners, but I think around the people who actually make this decision are not aware that this possibility exists, and I think it's a win-win situation for everybody, and they should know about it. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Cannot hear the chair. Mic is not on. Thank you. I just retired. I worked before now. I have the impression that the managers are a bit fearful. Maybe this could be seen as a conflict of interest if they intervene. And I asked this before, if we worked for an agency, can we also be active seniors in a unit in the Commission or a different agency? Is that a possibility? To respond to the three little questions there.
For the first one, related to the publicity and the advertisement that we do on this initiative about active senior, it's true that there is a work, and we are rethinking about how to better communicate, not only to active senior, but also to manager, senior manager. And it's true also that those one having a active senior convention currently are those one that were close to management or to senior management, and create this convention straight after the retirement. So we need to re-put a bit the link between both sides. Pour la question concernant le conflit d'intérêts.
On the question of a conflict of interest, you are still under the statute. There's no conflict of interest. When the signatories of the convention sign the convention, there is a part linked to data use that is linked to what you can bring to the table. So there's no conflict of interest at all. Now, on the possibility to work for different institutions or different agencies, well, yes, there's no limit at play. I'm thinking of some colleagues here from the Court of Justice. They really can be of great importance for different services, for the Commission or other institutions. It's very important. Internal auditors, can share their skills for smaller agencies. It's all feasible, of course, no problem. When it comes to active seniors, we still have the back to school initiatives that are in certain member states. I think the young people mentioned it yesterday. There is a need, maybe you don't need to know much about John Monnet, we spoke about it yesterday, but it's important to have a knowledge of, it's important to know about ancient Greece, for example. You can't tell me it's not useful. It's important to understand the different institutions and to understand that Brussels is not the enemy. On active seniors, we're speaking here about an initiative that DGHR has taken upon itself to get involved in. There was a similar initiative taken on by the court recently, and our concern is that this is done in a scattered manner in each institution. We think it could be better if we had a individual system that was set up that would cover all institutions. It's just a concern that we have expressed to all institutions that we have engaged in discussion with. We hope that down the line, this system can be used by all institutions. We would like to have a network of active seniors to act in that regard, yes. Okay, so it's just about to turn 11 here, local time, so let's meet back together here at 20 past the hour. You learned, I'm sure, even if you didn't speak. Thank you so much.
Est-ce qu'on peut recommencer?
Can we start again then, please?
Alors nous allons
So now we're going to continue, and we're going to move on to the issue of the PMOs, which are often in problems. Perrine didn't really dare, but I pressured her. She's from DGHR, who's going to be giving a workshop tomorrow on social assistance. I hope I didn't press her too much. Would you just like to say a few words for us now, Perrine, to just tell us briefly about what you're going to be telling us tomorrow in the workshop? Well, I am a social worker for DGHR for retirees. We've heard that you're talking about volunteers working with social workers who are interested, and tomorrow, in fact, the workshop I'll be holding will be about the loss of autonomy and vulnerability, and to really put the accent on networking and partnerships with Aiace. So you're all welcome, and there we'll be able to look at specific situations. It would be too long to talk about right now, but it's true that volunteering is a lot more just being eyes and ears on the ground. And arms, indeed, yes, you're right. Not just eyes and ears, arms as well. It's a real team job. Everybody can find their role, and it's to help vulnerable populations who need some kind of helping hand. So I hope lots of you will come along tomorrow. Well, you've got a lot of potential customers for tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming along so you can see what a social worker actually looks like. There we are, social assistant. So there are two essential points for the RCM dossier to talk about. One is negotiations on new reimbursement rates, and then the issue of recognition of RSM by national social security systems. So I'm going to give the floor to the two of you. I don't know how you plan to organize or what. What should we do? Well, as you wish. Okay, I can start. And Christian will be along at noon. Thank you, Martine. Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Aiace on behalf of our director and the pensions unit for their enormous help that they've provided us with. As you may well know, there are more and more retirees, almost 30,000 now, and we don't have enormous amounts of resources, so the system can get very difficult indeed, and very often we're not able to provide the service to retirees that they really deserve. No, we're not very happy with that situation, obviously, but there's resources are what they are, and the help and the aid that we get from Aiace is very much welcome. No, the subject of the EU login has already come to the surface, and that's just one issue that's very important, and is causing problems to retirees, because once you get into CISPA post-activity, it should allow colleagues who are still quite happy with computers to be able to resolve a lot of their issues, but that's not always the case, because these tools don't necessarily do what they're supposed to, and unfortunately they're not all that user-friendly. Someone had to say it. So it turns out a lot of retirees have a lot of problems in navigating the system, and we do too. Before we came here, we tried to find more about the EU login, and we spent 2 days battling trying to get in with Digit and the people at Sister, and really we came away with a rather unhappy with the whole system. And so I certainly pity you poor retirees trying to navigate the system. We couldn't either. So this goes back to what I said. We don't have all that many resources, so colleagues are having problems getting in touch with us. Now we're trying to respond to your needs to our best abilities, and what we're trying to do is get all of these subjects that cause problems, such as declaration of life, you log in for life, changing your email, changing your telephone number, all those kind of everyday issues. Then there's going to be a possibility to change the bank details with these new details. So they're all in the pipeline, but we do need to know exactly what the latest situation is so we can organize some tutorials. Tutorials are going to be uploaded onto this site so that retirees can consult those and hopefully clarify things somewhat. We're trying to do our best then, but we do know that you don't receive the service that you really deserve. Well, thank you for speaking so openly about that. No beating about the bush there. Well, any new issues to talk about? Any the applications? Well, yes, the tutorials and improving tools. Basically, that's all that's new. And the system for bank accounts. We want to just see if that works. Oh, it does work. Oh, well, that's good news then. Well, let me just remind you that Martine will be organizing a workshop on pensions tomorrow, and you're all welcome to come along from the unit that's changed number. They were able to change the number of there from 4 to 2. That only took 2 seconds, but that's the service. You know, whether it's, I think it's easier to respond than it is for the health insurance organizations. Martine, can you say a few words about life certificates and the pilot tests for alternative ways of recognizing the continued existence of an individual? Yes, well, as Dominique has already said, they have relaunched this Déclaration de Vie, this life declaration, and it's been chaotic, to say the least. There's a communication which, well, for me, it wasn't even a communication because nobody was able to understand what it was about. And a lot of retirees immediately went into the system, thought they had to submit this declaration of life, and then they saw that it didn't work or it didn't work properly. They tried to get documents, they tried to send them by email. Well, it was, yeah, it was complete chaos. And it doesn't seem to be the best way forward. Technically, it did work before, so it ought to work. To the extent that if you've told people that they don't need to take any initiatives on this, don't need to take any steps, they need to wait for an invitation, that might have been a bit easier had that happened. But normally, within the 2 months before your birthday, you ought to receive either in the post, for people who are still asking to receive paper copies in the post, or those who receive it, you know, over the email. And they have to fill in the document, and that also caused a whole series of issues for people. They're only sending the document, they didn't have the QR code, and so on. There was also a doubt about what you're going to accept. First off, it was quite strict, but then we realized that we can extend the list of people that can provide this certificate of life, but it has to be some kind of legal body or medical or notary, public, lawyer, doctor, dentist, physiotherapist, the local town hall or whatever. So as long as it's some kind of recognized body, that will do. Does that answer your question? I hope it does. Well, 3/4 of the way. If I've understood correctly, then because of these teething troubles, when people have got in touch with you on the basis of the questions you put to them and the fact that that they had answered correctly, you were able to accept that as sufficient data to recognize that they are still around, let's say. Well, is that something that's been extended across the board, or do you envisage other ways? Well, we are using... At one point, there were so many problems that people were sending their documents by email, and the colleagues from the pensions were refusing them. And that's a bit of a drama, because the rules said they couldn't do it that way, but they didn't have any other way to do it. They were being told, well, you can't just tell people, oh, you sent it, now go to the post office and try again. And that's they're what called life indicators, where they give, you can ask questions over the phone, allowing us to ascertain the person is actually still alive and to then draw up this certificate. Martine. I think 90% of retirees have medical expenses, right? Unfortunately. I know some people in the UK don't go through that, but for this 90% of people, do they check that they have asked for reimbursement for a certain date underway? Is that happening? Well, we have thought about it, we have talked about it, but yeah, probably. I agree with you, actually, Dominique. What's the flip system? Flip, it's called flip. Don't ask me why it's called flip. I don't know why it's called flip. It's a new application in Sister Post activity in which active and retired members can change their bank details. That's what it's for. But you don't have to. No, you don't have to at all. But if you need to, you can. So you've made her very happy then. Well, very briefly, the deep teams so that you can change your bank account. You can go onto Teams. There's a deed that you can fill in, or you can go to the help desk, and that works brilliantly. It works great. Deeds for changing. Mr. Aiace. Aiace, I'm a commission retiree. I've taken the initiative for the first time to have this life certificate, to go and do the declaration at the police station, because in Greece there are a lot of different pension systems from a lot of different countries, Nordic countries particularly, that require a police declaration. So I took an initiative, I took the Greek certificate and I added the police along the list of possibilities, and I did that. And I think you accepted it 3 times when I did it, so I'm assuming that...
A third party entity, and just to respond to our colleague, what's on the form are examples, but it's not an exhaustive list by any means, and I can confirm that the PMO is quite broad in terms of its interpretation. Nevertheless, a former civil servant or an active civil servant cannot sign this. It has to be a third party. You can use your priest, you can use a different member of society. And a further thing, Martine highlighted this well. When you send the declaration and the certificate by email, the problem is that the QR code that is within it does not work because it tends to lose its shape and be affected when it's sent via email. So it's important, in order to ensure that it's easier for the PMO, you need to use the form with the QR code if you send it by post. Now, if you want to do this online, it's not as important because you are already authorized within the system, and then you can send through certs automatically that are generated by the National Register in Belgium or wherever or by whoever. That's not as important. Rather, the QR code is not as important because it's used to identify a person, and considering the fact that you're already identified in the system, if you're logged into the system, there's no need for it. Cannot hear the chair.
Pardon. Donc, on va pouvoir passer, on commence par les...
Apologies. Okay, so we're going to move on now.
Mes compatriotes, si vous croyez que donc vous allez
My compatriots, if you feel like you're going to fall asleep while I'm speaking, I cannot hear the speaker properly. Apologies.
Non, il règle tout. Il règle tout. Donc,
Ça marche.
Voilà. Ça marche. Je vais vous
So, I'm going to explain why things work, and I'm going to try and address certain questions that are said in the air
On est parvenu à ça. Mais je commence par les DG.
in terms of how we even got to this point. I'm going to give you a little background. It'll take about 5 minutes, maybe. Take as much time as you need. Okay. For the DG, you know that we are the platform that we sent up. I won't show you it. I'll go just back on the background if that's okay. Right, I'll start with the background if that's okay. So, our regime creation is a bit strange. When we speak about JSIS, it's a bit strange. The more elderly among us will remember that in the 50s, it wasn't the same. When there is an international organization at play, like at the time it was the European Economic Community, depending on legal aspects, there is an agreement, and there is somebody who organizes how staff are dealt with and how social security is applied. Now, that is the situation that we had. We had the protocol for certain treatment at the time. We have the Article 114 that states that member states are in charge of these social security systems. Okay, that's just a little background. Now, I will just move here to 1952. We're in Luxembourg. There was a need to ensure that staff could be covered. After that, after 1953, what did we do? Well, we decided to become integrated into the Luxembourg system, pay with the system that we have right now. We pay 2/3. There was supplementary cover, which explains if you need any specifications explained. That is still applicable to a certain degree today. Now, in 1953, there was the preparation of a system was underway. We covered staff expenses. There was no ceiling at that time. That was the logic behind the system that we set up. at the European Council. Now, from 1955 to 1958, we saw the institutions move their headquarters from Luxembourg to Brussels, and there were some issues because there were questions as to whether or not we should deal with this in a different way. There was no horizontal transversal agreement, so the Council concluded a contract with the health insurance company. There was complementary or supplementary cover health insurance. And if you look at the last paragraph, you can see that at the time, the affiliation was optional at the time. And then, from the 25th of October 1958, we started to structure the efforts that we were endeavoring. We had a working group, and then, when we had the three different communities, we started differently. In the 1st of January 62, we would have a new regime, was what was said at the time, but it wasn't true, because we got rid of national coverage after the 30th of June 1962. National systems no longer covered, and it was in 1964, after a transitory period, that we set up the Aiace. Now, you understand that because of this, there were some doubts that were still in the air, and they still are indeed in the air. Let me jump back in time. With the speaker cut, I'm taking a document from back in the day that was sent to the head of medical coverage. There was There was a situation at the time. What did we see? Well, during the meeting that took place on the 21st of March 2000 in Brussels, we saw that the issue of health coverage was discussed once again. The difficulties, technical difficulties in current means do not allow for a proper affiliation card which would allow for recognition among member states or other states where civil servants may be on holiday with their families. Now, there was problems in terms of implementation, and it was said that that's my Greek side to speak quickly. Apologies, I will slow down. There was a desire to set up a particular card for retirees and others. Once this was set up, there was a possibility to analyze a case that would allow for a affiliation to act. I remember there was a head of the PMO at the time that, back in the day, that had their own approach. It was, and you can see that this was constantly causing problems over and over again. There were real legal problems, to be honest, linked with this. Maybe you're aware that COVID allowed for us to break ties with member state regimes and systems. Within our coordination, we have a new approach now, rather, whereby member states
part donc l'affiliation à assurance maladie, il y a donc aussi les
allow for health coverage when it comes to retirees.
Donc la directive
We also had
2011-24
the directive from 2011
si les soins transfrontaliers, quand vous êtes en besoin
dealing with cross-border issues.
Ah bah, c'est parfait.
Christian is online.
Oui, tout à fait.
Maybe we can go back to that. Okay. It seems like you're preparing for a competition. Okay. Apologies. Very happy to hear from Christian from Brussels. It would be lovely to continue with that, of course. It's great to take some notes. In any case.
Bonjour, chers collègues.
Hello, my dear colleagues. Hello, Christian. I didn't want to interrupt. Can I switch on my microphone so you can hear me? I can hear you very well, yes. Thank you so much, Christian. Thank you. Thank you very much, Christian, for taking your time to speak with us. Yesterday and this morning, you'll be very happy. We had a magnificent meeting with the Vice President Skinas, former Commissioner Skinas, the former judge from the Court of Human Rights, former Ombudsman, and it was very, very much enriching. We had some very frank interventions. We heard from Finland. It was really eye-opening, very, very pleasant. I want to thank your team. Be that Philippe Alain and Perrine who are here. A lot of time was devoted to the issues of social accidents. We started with health insurance. We don't have much time. It's a pleasure in any case to work with all actors here, and thank you so much for being here among us. We're here under the sun, but I imagine it's sunny where you are too. I will give you the floor now to share your thoughts. I want to thank you and thank your DG for sending colleagues here that are really excellent, of excellent caliber. Thank you so much, Dominique. Hello, everyone. Yes, essentially, I saw the agenda. I saw what you were doing yesterday, and it really illustrates the quality of your organization and the interests that you bring to the table. You had a former commissioner, like you said, and he started really at the bottom of the ladder. Yes, that's the faith of many. Yes. Yeah, I was aware of that. And it once again demonstrates the interest of your organization and how people are interested in it, what you're doing. We saw it during COVID, for example, and I'm sure we're going to see it again in the upcoming months. Thank you so much. We saw your effectiveness. Thank you so much for your words, your kind words. I know they're fantastic. I confirm your thoughts. It's a team that is absolutely devoted to this collaboration with you. You have my commitment. You have our commitment to ensure that this collaboration will continue, even better than it was before. We have some aspects that we have to improve upon. There are so many things that I would like for us to deal with. Better late than never, but sooner if better. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Sorry that I can't be there with you in person. I remember the last event that we had before the pandemic in Portugal and Lisbon. I would love to be there with you. Yet, like you said, and like Didier mentioned in his email, we have certain constraints. We are acting on the green endeavour from the Commission. We want to try and be role models to a certain degree. We can't be travelling so much. There are a number of keynote speakers who have to be there with you in person, of course. And we just thought, rather I thought that maybe it wasn't so necessary for me to be there in person, considering our endeavour. It's important to try and give examples of, and lead by example in terms of how we can reduce carbon emissions within the European Union. In any case, 2022 is a year of crisis. It often happens at the Commission, doesn't it? For you, COVID-19 and the recovery of from COVID-19 is, of course, very important. We have the question of data protection. We have the issue of Vox. Maybe we can find the best pragmatic solutions and the best legal solutions. We have the question of the JSIS platform. Equally, more fundamental points that really drive the Union. The war in Ukraine, of course, causing us to act to protect people, colleagues across the EU. We don't have retirees, so many in the East, but in any case, it's so important to remain in contact on this issue. You can see that a lot of will has been invested in that. This is something that should be congratulated to help retirees, but also to help other colleagues or, of course, refugees. Now, once again, the COVID crisis for me really showed the links that unify us. It showed us that we have colleagues just like you, Dominique, for France, behind us, supporting us. We have members from Italy too. We really cannot thank you enough for your wonderful collaboration and your aid that helps us to help pensioners and retirees as best possible. We need to continue working so that we can ensure that we have proper links with social security authorities, be that in Italy, just like we did it elsewhere in Belgium and Netherlands. We're trying to find best access here. We have to be specific here in the Union, across the Union. This is one of our major goals. Now, in terms of communication with you, there are many elements, but I believe Philippe delve further into this because he's been working on this more. Will we be replacing the publications we had before with the podcasts? No. You will have both. You will have the publications and the podcasts. You'll be able to hear colleagues speak directly. That's very important. Changing interpreter.
Felipe will cover this later, but I believe there's a lot of information here. In Vox, I believe we have a solution, but I shouldn't be telling you. But the OIB has received addresses and they will send them to you, but this has to be legally upright so that we also have a legal footing to stand on. Colleagues of Felipe are working with the Data Protection Coordination Office, and I hope that an agreement will be reached soon so that we may propose this to you for your signature. On the pension services, and maybe I should have started with this because my colleague is also sorry that she is not here with you or even there in person. she has asked me to mention something to do with this on accessibility, and I have spoken of the emails for the retirees, which is still delayed, but we are ready to restart the discussion, including the budget and all other nitty-gritty. But we also need to improve our information, especially for those who have a challenge with IT, and have paper documents for the more senior among us. So this is a message that I should transmit to you. I should have done it earlier. And I do not know if this is because of different questions, different challenges. I have been asked to mention two major subjects, which is one, validity, information to colleagues who have a case on validity. I don't know if Dominique, there will be a briefing on this. What I'd like to say on validity, today we talked about social challenges. And so we have spoken about this in depth. And on the question of validity, Monique actually raised this during the last management board, and I believe that Felipe responded. So I just wanted to say this. We already understand the legal concern and the human concern that Felipe really touched on. As for me, you have a manual who are pensioners, and they are concerned by this subject. But when I contacted the medical services, also, and of course this had to do with data protection, the medical checks within the medical sector are related to medical checks at the workplace. So, as for occupational health and the fact that our colleagues have to give the go-ahead in questions of validity, there is a question of sick days, and there is a gap between the statutes that mentions the obligatory days, but this has to be improved. And our DG did sign a document on validity 900 days later. So this is still being discussed, the issue of validity and sick days. We regret the fact that occupational health and the issues related to it has taken so long, because the question of validity has to be looked at, especially during the pandemic, because the time is all, the sick leave time has elapsed. Then the medical doctor has to determine whether the colleague cannot go back to work or needs longer sick leave, or if the colleague accepts, then they will have a different or another medical check. After this, the information is sent by paper, a very detailed report, and this will complement all the information that we have. Once the decision is taken, ordinarily, there is a tripartite meeting with the doctor, and this is also an opportunity for the doctor and the colleague, or including a doctor who has been assigned by the employer, have a discussion, and the final outcome is a decision on the ability to go back to work or a continued sick leave. And therein lies the problem. And now I consider the IPEN tables when we talk about sick leave. I cannot inform a colleague that a decision has been taken once a decision has been taken. On the IPEN platform, I get information on validity and ability to go back to work, but this is the first information that we have, and depending on the date that has been given to be able to go back to work, then, as is often the case, the individual is outside of the country, then we have to communicate with them either by writing or through email, of course, respecting the legal framework, but they are then told that this is the information and they're cut off from the information within the DG, and they have a difficulty gaining more information. So now, during the meetings on sick leave, they are advised to take measures as quickly as possible, and the individual is advised to take an appointment with the necessary official in order for the decision on restarting of work or the sick leave to be settled on. Another issue is we are trying to change the approach, and this also happened in 2004, on the medical validity issue in order to make this a reality. Since the pandemic, there are very many people who have come back into validity. They now have the validity status. And in some cases, this is not possible. But when it's possible, the goal for us is to reinstate them. And if there's a question of budget, which is often quite generous, there is no goal to reduce the budget, then sometimes we even move forward to 70 or 110 days with half pay. So this is a budgetary question, but what is important for me is improvements in the health of the individual. I have to underscore that we are working hard on a decision that we are going to share with you on sick leave and return to work, including invalidity. So the last issue is a challenge that touches directly on my DG, but F4 with PMO, which is on an aging population and independence, and the sustainability of the system, which we are working on. This is a long-term commitment at the PMO. We are working so that we are able to maintain the same level, at least that is what we say, that in spite of our budgetary challenges, we keep the same protection in the face of an aging population, including those affected by COVID. But of course, this has changed the landscape of independence. We're working on this with the colleagues from the PMO and of course with the CGAM, but we are trying to maintain the protection levels that we enjoy today. So these are some of the points I wanted to touch on today. I would be interested in hearing your questions, if any, and respond to them, and give the floor to Felipe, of course, to answer one or two questions. Thank you very much, Christian. This is complementary to what our colleague said earlier. Just the last point on aging population and independence. These are two different issues. Independence is how you treat the elderly, but I'm very happy to hear that you are going to be touching on this, what we refer to as the aging of the population, which of course is in the headlines now. The question of aging differently, aging in good health, because living when one is old is quite interesting, but it would be better to live our old age in a healthy manner. So I'm happy that this has been talked about, and we are going to continue with this discussion. It's a very important discussion. There's also the question of the rights related to this and the human rights that support this. I believe that this is an opportunity for us to create a working group, and I don't know if there are people who will participate in this. Now we give I don't know, Felipe, if you'll allow us to give the opportunity to members in the room, and maybe you have something to add to your boss. I do not know. Of course, you have the right to do so. Christian has very well discussed the issues to do with the porthole, the podcast, the preparation for retirement seminar. I was. This has lost the train a little, but we are going to correct it. We have talked about this, and Alain also talked about revisiting this. We also talked about social services with other institutions. We're happy to work on this together. It's very beautiful how you have said it, that the volunteers are your hands and your feet on the ground. There is also the workshop that Perrine will be covering tomorrow. After that, we talked about corporate addresses and the EU login for life. And this is the other side of retirement. I do not know if there are any questions for Christian. Are there any questions? Yes? Please go ahead. If I understood, Christian said that the DGHR is preparing a new agreement. Is this what he said? Given data protection? Yes. But this is only based on the changes. I believe that practical solutions will be found. We are going to try and communicate the lists to the colleagues of the HR DG. And also, of course, this will touch on Vox, but on a legal basis, so that we have the information shared with members of the hierarchy. What we need to do is first agree on the way forward, and based on this agreement and the basis that we will lay, then we will give information that is legally strengthening to you, and I could explain why this information is necessary and explain what needs to be put on Vox. So, yesterday we said that maybe we need to go beyond the rights, and that is what was said yesterday. That is going beyond rights and to go towards fairness. I am happy that you are open to finding solutions, and we also need to try on our side to have a list of all our members. We need to have an association list, but this is an internal issue within our association, and that's going to be a bit of a complex task. But Constant, would you like to say something? It's not really a question, but I'd like us to think together on the question of independence. We are working on the CGAM point of view of recognizing this, but also aware that this is an obligation that falls upon us as a union and as member states because of the immunities and privileges provisions, Article 14. So there is need to discover or find solutions to social challenges. There is a question of independence that has not been expounded on, at least it wasn't at the time when we started our insurance scheme cover. In 2004, we came up with a stopgap measure because we do not have any alternative, because member states already had developed independence structures that we do not have access to. So what we're trying to do is find a way to coordinate on this issue so that we move from independence of member states, so that we try and have a cover for pensioners. And also the question of handicap. This is an issue we know our obligations on. So we are open to have discussions on how our former colleagues can be independent. The goal is to find a way to manage this. This is one of our concerns. Thank you, Constance. The idea is one that was highlighted during the pandemic, how to have access to national systems, health systems. As you said, CGAM is looking at this, and we have to find a joint solution. I see Claire Durand, who you know. Good morning, Mr. Christian Roch. I am Claire Durand, former DG of Legal Services. You've probably read my name in the report on the challenge that France is facing in access to health services in France. I will not go deep into this now, but now before the Assembly, I would like to thank you, because I know that you are one of the individuals who, over time, thought of how to deal with the issues between CGAM and the national health services. And we, as the French section, we had an opportunity to talk about this later. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And of course, I don't know the request beyond this report. And a lot about this. We want the members to respond. And of course, our teams are more limited. So we do have to find this link. We never have, in fact, found this link through the regulation. The rules for exchange between the social security systems. We don't allow reciprocity, so we don't have the means to have reciprocal exchange. We found a solution in the Netherlands based on a solution in Italy, but we have to find solutions in Belgium and all the national systems. If we don't have a horizontal solution, we need to find an ad hoc solution for each member state. It's not ideal, but that's what we're working on. So these are the subjects we're going to be working on until lunch. So are there any other questions for Christian? Michael? Well, I'm reassured by your response, because what we had feared was what was put to us as a unique solution for all countries. So one size doesn't necessarily fit all, and we have genuine fears for countries with direct medicine, like Denmark, for example, where a solution copied from the Dutch system cuts access to care rather than improving access to care for residents in Denmark. I can also give you many other examples. Each country, therefore, needs to have an appropriate solution and shouldn't try to, find a one-size-fits-all solution. And one final word from me. You know better than anyone else the situation in the UK. We are affiliated to the regime, those of us in the UK, on a mandatory basis, and there is an exchange of letters for the clauses for retirement. I would just ask you that when the time comes, we could have an in-depth think about the nature of relations between the RCM and the British system too. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Well, we shouldn't have consequences of the system in Italy, where it's quite similar to the system they have in Denmark, unless I'm very much mistaken. Now the question is not to call into question a favourable approach vis-à-vis the national systems. Now, what we tried to do is the situation that reminds us of the situation back in 2014 when we tried to apply general instruction to the national systems and use the RCM as a sort of top-up system. But that failed for a number of reasons. There were issues from the stakeholders. I do think a unique solution would be the ideal way forward, but I think the legal constraints nonetheless would point towards an ad hoc system. And for the issue of the UK, I think for the time being things are working, but we need to look at corrective coefficients at some point going forward. And thanks, Michael, to your efforts and your colleagues, we can see that some things are working properly, but we want to make sure that that is going to work over time. Thank you. I have a question that I would also like to put to you. I could ask it later, but I think it's important enough. You know that in Spain we have signed agreements between the autonomous regions and the services of the Commission. Dominique, I think you were there and you negotiated the first agreement there. Now, I think with this these autonomous communities where there is a critical mass of retirees, officials. Now, what we want to do is to have a system signed with all the autonomous communities in Spain, all 17 of them, where even where there are no or very few officials and retired officials. Now, to do that, what we'd like to do is have perhaps the commissioners or somebody from the Commission to write to the Spanish minister to try and convince them to stand by us and to take part in this negotiation. What do you think of that idea? Well, I have no opposition whatsoever. I think it's a great idea. We'll get in contact with them. And of course, a lot of experience from Didier Spell on this. Now, we're looking at the DG for health and the agreements we have on a national level, but I think we would ask the PMO to help us to establish and to work on the contacts we have and get the message across from the PMO. I think colleagues here present can get the message across to Aiace and see how we can move that forward. Well, I think, Christian, I imagine, in fact, that Alessandra or the Spanish side are prepared to draft a letter already. So I'd like to make the most of the presence of Alessandra Cass, who is valued former colleague who's also going to be presenting a brilliant document from the Spanish section on the contribution on the section of the conference on the future of Europe. So this document is very interesting. I know we've already talked about this together, particularly with the people from the EP, and you've been following that from your end. So thank you once again, Alexandra, who wanted to be with us also. So yes, the Swedish section.
From the Swedish section, or that we are a little bit careful here, because we have access, even if you have a general system, we have access to the national system. So, prudence.
No, that's echoing what your colleague, what Michael said, actually. I mean, no one size fits all. We do understand, of course, if we would simply replicate what happens in Italy, in Sweden, or Denmark, after the note of the legal service, I mean, we would have to contribute, and that would put into question the situation in Denmark and Sweden. So we are not pushing for that, not in the direction yet. I mean, if there is a global solution, then the global solution needs to be adequate for all. If not, then we will go step by step, even though if it takes more time for us.
Merci bien. La solution néerlandaise.
Well, the Dutch solution has been mentioned. There's only a partial solution, though, because access to long-term care and nursing homes has been excluded. It was excluded by an agreement between the Dutch authorities and the retirees. Now the medicine agency has been involved. Are there any updates concerning access for long-term care? Well, we're not going to let you leave, are we? Well, that's not something that I was aware of. I'll certainly look into it. Thank you, Christian. Well, I think we can let you go now. Not to go to the beach, but to go back to work. Thank you very much. Well, it is actually quite sunny right now in Brussels. Well, thank you for the trust you place in us. It's very important for us to be acknowledged as serious and solid partners in all of this. So thank you very much, Christian. Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, all of you, and your wonderful Congress. Great. Thank you. So let's get back to our proceedings.
Je vais vous montrer juste pour la base juridique, je ne vais pas trop tarder.
Let me just show you. I don't want to wait for too long. The role of Aiace, where are we? Go back.
Allez, on y arrive. Alors,
I'm getting there now.
pour vous dire que donc notre
So, just to say that our regime
notre régime est imposé par un règlement qui est
is imposed by a regulation which is a direct application and so on, but we're a lot stronger than that because, in fact, our Social Security is set out in under Article 336 on the TFEU.
Donc je vais vous les donner dans un instant.
I'll read that out to you very soon. And then there's Protocol number 7 on privileges and immunities that we regularly cite, which is integrated into the treaties and is on the same level as articles of the treaty. And then we have our staff regulations, which expresses the wish of the institutions as to how they wish to articulate their work. Now, Article 336 TFEU sets out the aspects saying that institutions by staff regulations, all conditions of employment of other servants are set out in our rules, and that's Regulation 31 as we call it, but there's also Article 283. It's an old text that goes back to the 1960s and 70s. Now, the protocol, number 7, is the most important, and that's what concerns us the most. And as I say, there are certain loopholes, certain gaps that where the member states have developed other offers of services and other ways of providing to cover the gap, providing care. Now, member states, it's not the institution, it's the member states themselves that have the obligation to set out clearly what the official coverage that we are allowed via regulation. There needs to be an adaptation to that. The member states need to adapt to that or adopt a new regulation, and that's the comitology procedure that we talked about yesterday. That's where that comes in, and that can kick in if it's required. And then, of course, we have the staff regulations that I mentioned. Regulation 3162 goes right back to the start of things and shows the coherence and the consistency that should have been observed by the member states in adopting this text. Now, why am I telling you all this? Well, the regime or the conditions are in a very particular circumstance. They're not covered by national coordination because we're not a member state. We've talked about the phenomena that were explained yesterday, the supranational phenomena that cover us. And that has been recognized in the case law of the court, the jurisprudence. I might mention it, but I don't need to go into details. The case law then that says that we are not subject to national services. We have our own system which depend on Article 14 of this statute, so that if there is a national health system that should provide services, it depends on the coordination that we have with our own system. Then there are other decisions that are also very important concerning rulings of the Court of Justice. One that's particularly important is the so-called Rockler ruling. It's the name of a current judge, Justice Aubert, who's currently on the court, that brings our system in line. And there are people that are covered in this Swedish system who've come to the European Court and went back to Sweden in this case. And were then once again covered by the national system, but depending on the national system, they had access to certain benefits as long as there was continuity of the coverage. But they had to be covered for a certain number of years. I can't remember the figure now. And the Swedish system refused to recognize the cover that was provided by us, and the reaction with the Court of Justice was, that's not the case. They have to recognize the continuity of the coverage. And I think that is proof positive that the member states need to consider us in exactly the same way as if we were a national administration. We have the same value as that of a member state. So these are the different developments that we're currently discussing and part of the CSM. Now, despite everything, they have to correspond to the actual reality on the ground, and that's why in the regulations that are delegated by the statute, or the staff conditions rather, staff regulations, there is a central bureau to negotiate with the main regimes of the member states to cover these notions and these concepts of coverage. Now, member states pretend they don't recognize them, but we're making the necessary steps to force them to do that, and we hope that we're going to receive or achieve rather the end that we're aiming for, and have a sort of, unfortunately, a sort of variable geometry of the system. Unfortunately, we have to operate in a variable geometry until such time as the member states coordinate this, because regulation 843 leaves it up to member states to coordinate with each other to decide upon the coverage as they work with the cross-border directive. So we have provided our regime. The member states didn't have a method for coordination, and our regime was developed because there was no coordination in the member states, and we needed to have coverage for us. And that's what the situation is. And it will be like that until such time as the member states have perfect coordination under the protection of the European Union. Until such time, we're going to have to look at recognition of the value of our regime as a public regime, and that's the key point of this operation, or that we work complementary to the national systems. And that has been done by the interaction between the central bureau that negotiates these CTO operations. Now, we recognize that through the CSM, that we're forcing member states to bring about specific legislation, enact specific legislation with the member states, and get them to accept particular compensation. Is there a precedent? Well, yes, we do have a precedent to the in-out transfer of our pensions. That was a situation in which member states, each and every one of them, accepted in a variable way to transmit the capital of the contributions, the pension contributions that had been made as the officials to their system, and vice versa. So that's the strategy that we're following. Thank you. Well, let's just see if we can organize things. It's 10 to 1. I propose that if we need to go till 1:15, we will. So let's spend 10 minutes or so looking at the issue of national systems. It's quite a technical issue, clearly, and not necessarily perfectly well adapted to a General Assembly, but it is a matter of topical interest, and then we must dedicate the rest of our time to Tichy and the sickness fund. Well, thank you very much. I've learned a great deal this morning. Before we joined the commission and said, oh, well, I wasn't even born then, but if I was born, I was at school. Do you have any questions?
Surtout, est-ce qu'on pourrait recevoir?
Could we receive the slides there? It seemed very interesting. Yes, you see the errors I made in the text, so allow me to try and send it to you in a very legible way, so without any of the mistakes. Well, yes, after we use it, we can send it through. There should be no problem. Okay, any other questions? Could the chairs please speak into the mic? I didn't ask anyone to raise their hand, but sorry, I don't really understand your goal here. Now, it's clear that JACES is a obligatory system within the EU, and member states have to recognize it. Yet, we have so many problems putting it into practice. You have outlined the theory. We have to recognize it, yes, but in practice, we come across so many hurdles, and that's why we're trying to solve them with our agreements. If we say that we use all our arsenal within the agreement of our rights, to convince member states that they have to come to an agreement. You mentioned the article of the common regulation there. We have, of course, fair cooperation that we work on too. We have to use that, but saving a miracle, we're not going to have proper recognition. There are 3,000 hospitals in France, every state is different, etc. Now, I would like to go back on what I said yesterday. Some people are concerned. I am just speaking about France. I put forward a solution for France. I do not know about other cases. I know that the proposals we are putting forward have not been acted upon in France. The solution that we are putting forward is inspired by the coordination system, without it being part of it. We're still going to be part of your system. The solution that we're putting forward is in line with the values that were already within the Dutch agreements, the Spanish agreements that you just mentioned, and I believe that it seems to be the same approach for the Italian case. But I don't know. I'm just saying that. Now, member states who do not have a problem, fantastic. I will not try and intervene there because all the different systems are, of course, by nature different. Now, the Austrians and Swedish systems, once again, I'm not up to date with them. We pay our contributions to JACES. Any different types of national contributions are a different question. We will remain within the JACES system. There's no problem with it in France. Please allow me to be clear on that. Now, within national systems, if we are within them, it doesn't mean that we're affiliates. It just means that it is a type of billing, to word it that way. 6 years ago, we met in my apartment, a private bilateral with yourself, and we were trying to negotiate an agreement with an association of 36 Parisian hospitals that were refusing to get involved at the time. There was the question of advance payments that could have worked, didn't work though. Then we had different approaches, filling out forms. There were different medical dossiers that could be shared in France, but given the fact that we didn't have social security numbers and there wasn't the possibility for medical information to be exchanged among medical professionals. My question, in any case, I want to thank you first and foremost for all the work you've done for member states. It's fantastic, even if there are some loose ends to be tied up. My question is a bit more personal. When do you think we could negotiate with France? When do you think we can begin proper negotiations with France? I would like to hear your opinion on that. Thank you. Okay. I just want to be clear. I sent our representative to work. Rather, I have a case dossier file that I can send to you. A report. Cannot hear this speaker. It could be interesting for the other sections too. We could give them ideas, I imagine. It's just to say that I'm holding true to my promise. I cannot hear the chair once again. Yes, thank you. First of all, hello everyone. Dominique knows me and has given me the floor last because she's well aware that I will speak a lot. But maybe I found a challenger in that regard over here. Anyway, for the people who do not know me, I'm Roberto Rotier. I work for affiliates and medical insurance and care providers. I'm involved in negotiations with member states in trying to find solutions with national systems. I'll try and be brief. You mentioned that we are in a transition period right now. Why are we in transition? Well, it will allow for us to organize ourselves to tackle the challenges that lie ahead of us. One of those challenges, and it was mentioned a few times, and that's digitalization of health care. Why is that such a challenge? Well, increasingly, medical records are being digitalized. Prescriptions, a simple medical prescription is being digitalized, invoices, etc. We have to deal with this. This can be a lever too for discussions with member states. Why? Well, because it's not just a problem of access for health systems within member states, but it is more linked to everything that is associated with that. You know how it goes when you need tests or any types of attestations. It's all on paper. But now, everything is going to be done electronically. We need to address this again, and we need to think about reinventing ourselves, really, to be honest. Our new director is involved in this. He is taking the reins of this transition within the PMO and the JSIS system. We are restructuring ourselves to ensure that our affiliates' voices are heard too. Isn't that the case, Michael? We do our utmost. It's not easy. We have a legal basis that we have to respect, but we are trying to rethink within the DG to try and streamline the process. I have spoken many times to try and get upstream authorization, particularly when we know personal cases. We do this at the front office level. Why? Considering the fact that the big difference between our system vis-a-vis national systems is that patients are the ones that are the main actors here who have to initiate the process. When you're younger, it's easier, but when you're a bit more elderly and you have a health concern, many people are in a particular situation whereby they may not be able to act as is needed. So we try and help people in those situations. Right now, I think it could be the nicest thing I'm doing really after my 30-year career, helping people like this. We're doing that today. We're trying to readdress and reinvent ourselves in that regard. Now, some important points that I would like to raise. We'll speak about it tomorrow during the workshop. I presented a rather prepared number of presentations. Not extremely formal. I would rather do this in a more relaxed way. I have a presentation with the specific needs of retirees. You're supposed to be aware of sickness funds, given the fact that you can be beneficiaries. Maybe you even are more aware of it than I am. We will try and do this in a relaxed manner with a Q&A session. Of course, I have my loyalties. Now, in terms of relationships with affiliates, don't forget that we have the hotline that is up and running for yourselves. I know that there can be a problem in terms of languages. If you want to speak to somebody in German, for example, don't hesitate to ask someone to call you back, and we will try and find somebody to call you back who can perfectly speak German in this case. Now, Another important aspect is the support team. We set up a support team that the ambassadors, whom the ambassadors know very well. These are people that are going to help people with their concerns. You will be able to call upon the support, whom will deal with the administrative needs. We will discuss this again tomorrow. We try and work on prices. We are aware that medicine and treatment is a business nowadays. In certain hospitals, where we see the private system really taking a major role, we can see that they have far more influence. Italy and Spain, for example. We try and work on this. The speaker keeps cutting, apologies. If you have a grave illness, we think that we're going to receive 100% reimbursement for any medical costs, but that may not always be the case. So we try and address situations like this. We need to ensure that we have negotiations and have agreements with hospitals across Europe in that regard. I have some collaborators that I see whom I'll rather be sending to Spain, who are going to negotiation with hospitals in Spain, centres of excellence in Spain, to try and find a proper balance. This is something that we are doing in Greece, and we are reaping benefits from it. We are working too on national system recognition. All the efforts we do on one side can link to efforts being made elsewhere. It can be intersectional to a certain degree. We need to endeavour towards proper prices, and we need to tackle digitalisation. That's what I want to share with you for now. We spoke about the importance of maintaining a proper level of coverage for citizens. Screening and testing, though, is so important. It's so important. Now, that does not necessarily mean that you will be diagnosed immediately after testing, but if you fall ill, screening and testing can really, really help. You can be aware of particular medical issues, and you can be better equipped to be cured. That's why I want to really insist upon screening. I think we've had about just over 2,000 screening cases, or requests rather, or people who have carried out screening, says the speaker. We have seen, though, that right now, trying to go back into a situation whereby people actually do get tested and screened would be better for everyone. Sorry to interrupt. So some particular questions, if you have any individual questions, specific questions, we can do that. We can address them tomorrow within the workshop. General questions are what we want to hear right now, ones that can interest everyone. We have someone back there, and then we have another colleague to hear from just back there. Okay, when it comes to problems with member states, it's been said we have problems. Okay, we have to solve certain problems via coordination, etc. Would it not be useful maybe to have somewhere, be that through Aiace or the Commission or the PMO, wherever, could we have an observatory? We could bring our problems to this observatory. They could be problems that could benefit from legal consultation, ultimately ending up in a case in front of the courts, for example, which would oblige member states to advance in their coordination. It's just an idea. I said this quickly before. 3 or 4 days ago, we put forward a call to each section to name a representative, because we created a new working group on social security systems, and each section has been asked to appoint a person to be part of this group so we can work on this. It's always of interest to work together on issues of this international nature. Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you. Your cards, apologies. Court rulings are not a solution in and of themselves. I believe, the speaker keeps cutting, apologies. I think we should keep that in mind, that rulings in themselves are not solutions. Yes, just briefly. It's important, but I believe it was raised a moment ago, this question of the discussion at political level, perhaps even at a high political level, in terms of recognition, so that we can perhaps get funding, for example. We're all confronted with reality, though, aren't we? Ultimately, our truth and our reality is in front of us. That's why we need to discuss. Parallel, there are ad hoc discussions underway. We are very aware that we can't have individual responses here. And given specificities of each member state, we have to try and find solutions. That's significant here. I want to just highlight that. Just at the very back there, I'm not being democratic today. Hello, Madame Aiace from the Commission. I would like to go back to the question of languages. Mentioned a number of times, but we've never focused on the problems that we face when we enter the system. All the tutorials, everything, all this information, could you please at least make it available in 2 languages at least? We have the 3 working languages of the Commission. They exist. There is a huge translation service there who could help us in this, but it doesn't seem to work, does it? We are forced, when we enter into the EU login system, we need to have our dictionary next to us, or indeed another laptop. That's what I have to do. Yeah, that's what I do, to try and find terms, because technology has its own type of language. For each professional sector, it's really a big problem. We can't be expected to know all IT aspects and terms and the nuances that we are faced with. I'm hearing 2 different speakers. At every assembly, I try and address this question. We mentioned tax. Now, when it comes to the PMO, we are sent, and thank you for it, we are sent the task attestation, our income declaration. Yet, there is this ping-pong game, because we do not get proper amounts being declared. Now, the Greek authorities will refuse the declaration unless the specific amount is indicated. Now, once again, we're between a rock and a hard place. We don't know what we can do. Yes. Of course, it's possible to have it in all the different languages. Switching interpreter.
Yes, this is indeed possible. Sometimes the Greek colleagues do come back to us because they do not respond to the standard certificate. Yes, but we are forced to write to the PMO and they have to do double work. This is a pity. I believe that you can have this discussion bilaterally with Martine. She will take note of it and you will discuss it with her directly.
Merci.
Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention on Aiace that covers and touches all areas of work everywhere. And this is the eligibility of costs. You have somebody who goes to hospital, the hospital sends a bill to Aiace and sometimes also to the patient. But if the patient says that here there is something that you have billed that is not true, you do not react. Sometimes you pay for things that you ought not to pay for, and this falls on the moderator, whereas they had already indicated that it should not be paid, and you have paid. Thank you very much for the question, because this is becoming critical at this point. When I was made aware of this, that you are facing this kind of problems, you should contact front office. The challenge is always related to protection of personal data. A few days ago, I had a discussion with somebody who explained to me this kind of a challenge that they faced at the hospital, and I had to write. There was a question of writing that I'm authorizing, then you have the ellipses, but it's not as simple as that. There is a formality to be taken, and it has been provided for in the new application that the person who has gone to hospital can determine. And unfortunately, this is still pending. And I believe this is in the finance section, but it is being worked on, and I will liaise with my colleagues to see where we are in this module, because often the person who was treated, they receive a letter saying that, oh, we took up your bill which amounted to X amount, and if you undertook this procedure, then you have to pay a minimum of X%. And in certain countries, just a glucose test costs 130 euros. And this is not just limited to the retirees, it also happens to active staff members. I beg your pardon, please go ahead. I have two questions that I would like to quickly ask. One related to screening and the other one to independence. As for screening, I'm very happy to hear that this is a priority. I believe that it's a kind of a contradiction with what has been happening over the last few years, which is a reduction in proposed examinations, especially in France. A third of these screening centers, which is a bit shocking with the position that has been expressed, which was quite large, is the case in France. Okay, secondly, what is the amount of reimbursement for home care? I will give an example of a colleague who had a heart attack, and when they went back home, they needed help for 12 to 13 years. And unless I'm wrong, there was not wrong. The reimbursement is limited to 72 euros, which in Paris is limited to 3 hours. So the rest of the charges fall on them around 600 euros per month. So maybe you could clarify home care reimbursement. It is adjusted, but just in general terms, there are two kinds of reimbursement, short-term and long-term. Of course, there's a legal provision. I do not know this by heart, but I can verify tomorrow. But for the costs of screening, let's say at the CGAM, if you go to a certain provider, the costs may be really high, but this is not a reality for the member states, and it has been the same for member states, because for years it is the CGAM that pays. The hospital gives us a price and we pay no matter what the price is. Sometimes the prices are staggering, but we pay them. And people who were in Brussels in 2016, you know that there were in this hospital, people who went to this hospital paid a lot of money, and once I took charge, the costs reduced by third, and this just shows you that we were enriching people who were lining certain pockets, and countries are acting in this way. If you go to a certified center, there is no concern. But let's just take the example of France. In Paris, there's a center, but very recently, the CHR certified a different center, and thanks to them, which discussions are still ongoing, I believe with the Clinic 6. I'm sorry that I will not be there tomorrow, but we will have this discussion a bit further. Claire will represent me. The question you have asked about screening is very important, but there is no less screening in terms of screening per se. There is blood tests. There's almost nothing. In 2 years, we moved from 900 to 600 euros, and for us, this is our fight. We'd like something more adapted, people who are around 70 years old, because our mean age is around 70. In the proposed screening, what we have as proposed screening, there is almost nothing that is adapted to us. What has been proposed is not in line with our case. But, says the speaker, these are not proposed screenings, it's what your doctor asks for. Not everybody has to go through the same kind of screening. Every individual is different. Please allow me to speak 2 seconds really fast. This is something that hit me. I would like to make a distinction between the previous programs and the current program. There are some differences, but the current program has been prepared based on the state of play at the European level, even global level. Allow me to finish, please. This was discussed, debated. I remember that when I took up my office in the medical insurance scheme, Michael was already talking about insurance for people of a certain age and was already pushing forward discussions with the PSA. If I'm not wrong, the discussions are based on the realities of medicine. As Dominic has said, and this is what most people do not understand, it is not a diagnosis. If you let me take an example of women. Let us say you go to a doctor and say that my mother, my aunt had breast cancer, then the doctor will most likely prescribe a test for them to see if there is a potential of cancer. And in Belgium, this costs 1,500 euros, maybe even 2,000 euros, and this is covered 100% by the scheme. If you read this information on the website, it is clearly indicated. It is not limited to blood tests, the standard tests, and additional tests. So, if you did your colonoscopy 3 years ago, then you cannot have a colonoscopy shortly after that. It is dangerous. This is an invasive procedure. But if you say that maybe my brother, my father had colon cancer, then the doctor will prescribe it. So what I would like to ask you, and I will touch on this tomorrow, is to look at this positively. What is important is that we have had the word colonoscopy during this General Assembly, and we also had it last year. Thank you very much. Of course, we are quite frustrated. Constance has proposed an article on the next Vox. I remind you that all these topics will be covered in the 4 workshops tomorrow. We will be covering an array of subjects at 1,500 hours on the internal markets and the Europe project. Thank you. Enjoy your break. Bon appétit.
On peut peut-être... Merci beaucoup. C'est le dernier moment de l'Assemblée.
This is the last part of our General Assembly. We still have tomorrow afternoon for the board meeting and the workshops in the morning. Now, I've realized that I gave the floor to a number of members of the Bureau. Of course, Mark, I didn't give the floor to Michael, but he did ask for the floor. So Martin presented the method, Mark the budget, Monique spoke of social matters, Panos, but a couple of other people were very dear to me and I didn't really get the chance to thank them. So thank you very much, Elisabeth Lander from the Finland sector, who always has great ideas to share with us. Intellectually, she gives us a real boost so we can do interesting things. So thank you to you. And of course, Umarucha and Madame Vox. When Vox is sent out, she is the communications chief. She didn't have the chance to speak. I wanted to speak on her behalf. It's a real collective job, and I want to make that absolutely clear. So Didier had the chance to speak. Didier is going to speak to us now. I must make one further communication concerning your departures. At the welcome desk, you'll see the list of departures that are already programmed. They're marked in different codes. The orange ones are all settled, and then there's a whole series of blue ones. These are departures which are very close to each other in time, and perhaps you might want to club together to, go 2 or 3 together in a car. That would save on expenses. So please also check if the information is correct on that list, and if you want a transfer that's not there, there's still time to request that. Thank you. What a very European, very intellectual afternoon ahead. Parity, we've got one woman speaker, one man speaker, it's very important. So we'll start with the gentleman, of course. Well, some of you had the chance to listen to Mr. Schutter-Brooks in Lisbon talking about the internal market. I said, well, there are certain TV channels and streaming can't be listened to in other member states. We talked about that. And we asked him to come and speak again today with us. He's going to talk about the achievements of the 2 years of the European Commission presidency under Ursula von der Leyen. There are 2 women that you astounded talking about space. We also would like to be delighted and amazed by whatever you want to talk about, whether it's space or anything else. How long has he got to speak? Is there a coffee break? Oh, there's no coffee break this afternoon. Okay, so we've got, what, 2 hours? So each speaker can have about 1 hour to speak. Take the floor then. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I would like to continue a few subjects that have been raised by Vice President Skinas already. In fact, when I listened to him, I said to myself, he is obviously very well informed, having been porte-parole of the Commission for very many years. Anyway, he mentioned the 750 billion euros that have been agreed to be spent now. He mentioned the COVID certificate, the Ukraine refugees, etc. And I will touch these subjects in my presentation, even if they will be presented in a somewhat different way. This is what is on the menu this afternoon. I will start with the functioning of the EU. I didn't have that last time in Lisbon, but it's important. We've had a marathon council in July 2020 that lasted 5 days, and we need to have a look at that. Then obviously Ukraine is in everybody's forehead at the moment. The issue of the environment is still a central plank of Mrs. von der Leyen's activities. The digital single market is an important issue also. And I come to the issue of citizens first at the end. Now, the functioning of the EU. Three subjects: the framework for the future 7 years, if you like, then the rule of law discussion, and finally the EU public prosecutor, which is, I think, one of the very nice success stories of the EU. Now, the framework for the future. I said already we've had the second longest council meeting during 5 days in July 2020. Some of you will remember. The discussions were quite difficult because the COVID-19 pandemic was in full swing. The EU economy was forecast to shrink by 8.3%. Brexit had taken place, the UK had left, and with the UK, 10 billion euros of contribution to the EU budget. Italy threatened to leave the EU. My Italian wife says it's not true, but okay, 49% of Italians were convinced that the EU was useless, and the Italian Prime Minister was confronted with Mr. Salvini, who, had he got a majority, would have left the EU. Spain and Portugal sided with Italy. In the end, there were 9 member states who requested more solidarity, more intervention from the EU, more money, and that was only possible by issuing EU bonds. This finally led to Mrs. Merkel making the biggest political U-turn in her life, which means that the Council came to a positive conclusion in the end. But the Council was close to a collapse for quite a number of days. Why was this so difficult? Well, Mrs. Merkel was ready to make this U-turn because she saw that the EU risked to have a major split between member states, but there were 4 frugal member states, and the 4 frugals didn't want to agree to EU bonds at all. In addition, there was the issue of the rule of law that had to be resolved during this council too. In the end, there was an agreement, miraculously, and the agreement was that 750 billion euros would be made available through borrowing for the first time. The frugal member states had a victory in the sense that the 750 would be split into loans that would have to be repaid by the recipient member states, and only, in inverted commas, 390 billion in grants. Grants means expenditure that can be used by the member states and does not have to be repaid. At the same council, and you see the agenda was impossibly heavy, the multi-annual financial framework was adopted up to the year 2027 with a little more than 1 trillion euros. That figure alone is not particularly high. We've had roughly 1 trillion, a little less than 1 trillion in the MFFs before. Nevertheless, as I said, given that the UK had left, this is an increase, a considerable increase. And there was something else, a new own resource. Now, I have to admit, when I was an EU official, I wasn't particularly interested in budgetary affairs, but that was something that I had to learn. It is the fuel that keeps the EU running. It is of enormous importance, and had this agreement not been found during this council, we would have had lots of difficulties. In the past, DG Budget had tried every time when an MFF was adopted to introduce a new own resource rather than to rely on contributions from the member states. This time it worked. A tax on plastic waste. It doesn't sound particularly interesting, but it was an area that had not been taxed by the member states up to now, and therefore an EU tax could be introduced. Now, this can be criticized, of course, because it is only plastic waste that is not recycled. So if a member state says, I'm recycling 100% of my plastic waste, that member state doesn't pay anything into the own resources. Okay, so it's not a huge new resource, but it's a start. Everything had to be agreed by unanimity, and it's a miracle that all this was adopted. Now, as I said, the rule of law was one of the issues at this European Council. Difficult issue, a new issue. And the result was the conditionality regulation, as it is being called. Obviously, it aims at protecting the union budget against breaches of the rule of law. But the Commission was asked not to apply this instrument. This is part of the compromise, okay? Not to apply this instrument before the Court of Justice had examined it. 2 member states challenged the regulation. The Court of Justice approved it in February this year. So the Commission is now starting the procedure. Now, is this the solution of all our problems with the rule of law? No, because it's a budgetary regulation. It's a regulation that can be adopted by qualified majority. It does not require unanimity, but it is limited to budgetary issues. So if a breach of the rule of law in one of the 2 member states concerned, or in any other member state concerns and has an impact on budgetary issues, this regulation can be used. And this is what the Commission is now going to do. By the way, the final decision is going to be taken by the Council. This is also new. It's slightly disappointing because up to now it was the Commission that was exclusively responsible for running budgetary issues. The Council was usually not involved. Here it is involved. The Commission makes a proposal which the Council is supposed to apply by qualified majority voting. Now, another issue in this area and connected to the rule of law issue is the creation of the EU public prosecutor. It is astonishing that this happened only now. The relevant article has been in the treaty for many, many years. It was never used. It requires unanimity. But it is possible, and this is what has been done, to adopt the relevant regulation with a smaller number of member states. In this case, it was adopted with 22 member states. So a number of member states are not cooperating. Now, why is this a particularly interesting success story? It concerns the nomination of the person who runs this new EU institution. It is Mrs. Aiace, a Romanian national, who was nominated against the will of her member state, which is relatively rare. And you can see here that she had overwhelming qualifications, because she had indicted 14 cabinet members in her member state and 53 lawmakers and one Romanian MEP. Now, I don't know whether many member states have more than 14 cabinet members, but she must have literally indicted everybody, probably former cabinet members in her member state. By the way, when the nomination came up, the council said, no, we're not going to do this against the wishes of the Romanian government. We're going to propose a man from a different country. And, well, it was the European Parliament that said, no, we're going to nominate a woman. Secondly, the best qualified person in this area that has a long and impressive history of doing this job, and that was Mrs. Aiace. The Public Prosecutor's Office, EPO, started work only in June last year. And as you can see on the graphs, it has done already quite a lot of useful work. It has made seizures, which means it has fixed and attached funds in the order of 147 million, and it's going to continue doing this. And I'm quite confident that this will be quite a successful EU institution. It is also important in the area of the rule of law, because a member state that refuses to cooperate with OPPO creates an incident that the Commission can use for withholding funds from that member state. Now, the next subject, Ukraine. We have sanctions, trade measures, and the handling of refugees. We have had 5 packages of sanctions adopted by unanimity without any problems. The 6th package is pending. You see here what the 6th package comprises. The difficult part is the import ban on all Russian oil. A number of countries have either opposed it or have asked for transitory periods. Hungary plus 1 or 2 other member states may need longer periods for stopping any import of Russian oil. The issue has an internal market aspect, because if cheap Russian oil is imported in Hungary, nobody can prevent the importers from exporting it to other member states. So a united front in this area is important. By the way, you see that I've highlighted Gazprom Bank has been spared for obvious reasons. That's the bank that handles the import of Russian gas. It's not on the sanctions list. Now, the trade measures. DG Trade had been active in this area since 2014. You see that is not a coincidence 2014 was the year when Russia took the Crimea. Obviously, at the time, an association agreement was concluded. A few years later, the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement was concluded. And now the Commission has proposed that import duties will be suspended and that safeguard measures against Ukrainian steel products will be suspended. Well, sadly, as you may have heard today, the Azovstal works have fallen, so they're not going to produce any steel any longer. But anyway, on the part of the EU, it was clear that every import of Ukrainian goods should be facilitated. The same can be said for Ukrainian citizens. They benefited anyway from visa-free travel to the EU. The result of that is that they didn't have to apply for asylum. They could simply come and had a right to stay. And then, as Mr. Skinas mentioned already, the Council activated the Temporary Protection Directive, or the Mass Influx Directive, that had been on the statute book since 2001, had never been used, and has now been used for the first time. It means that Ukrainian refugees in the EU get a residence permit, can access the labor market, can access social welfare, get medical assistance, and their children will get education. Now, a completely different issue, less political if you like, but nevertheless quite important in terms of environmental and economic results, is the environment. And I will present the EU climate law, the recovery fund, and the Fit for 55 package. Most of us are over 55, but anyway, this is a very relevant subject of regulations. Now, an EU climate law has been approved, published in the EU. It's on the statute book since July last year. It obliges everybody, and obviously also the EU institutions, to fight for global warming that should not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. The emissions should be reduced to net zero by 2050. Even beyond that, after 2050, we should have net negative emissions. And the more relevant target for all of us, obviously, is emissions to be reduced by 55% by 2030, which is quite near. Now, net zero means emissions minus removals. So if you manage to store CO2 in forests or in caves under the earth, these are removals and they can be reduced from the emissions. So a company like Lufthansa will have to plant lots of trees that will keep CO2, that will store CO2 from the atmosphere. And if they plant enough trees, their emissions will go down to zero. Okay. Now, we talked about the famous 750 billion euros. The recovery fund plays a role in the environment legislation in that it says 37% of
the facilities funds will be spent either for the green transition or on the challenging resulting therefrom. So challenges means to overcome the difficulties that this transition brings with it. Now, the Fit for 55 package. A few days after the package was approved in July last year, I had to make a presentation for one of my clients. I work as a part-time consultant, and I can tell you it was simply overwhelming. The Commission presented 17 documents with more than 4,000 pages, and a colleague of mine and me, we worked day and night to bring this into a presentable form and present it to the people interested in it. Today, I'm mentioning only two of the proposals. One is the emission trading system. The reduction is quite dramatic, 61% by 2030. 2030 is tomorrow. So a company, again, like Lufthansa, will have to buy emission trading allowances to compensate for all the emissions that the Lufthansa produces. And since the number of the emission allowances will be reduced every year by a certain percentage, these allowances will become more and more expensive. So the incentive for companies to reduce their emissions rather than buying emission allowances will increase. Okay, then the car industry obviously has difficulties with this proposal. There is a limit of 55% reduction by 2030 and 100% reduction by 2035, which means by 2035, and that is only 13 years from now, motor vehicles will no longer produce any greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, period. This is quite a tough proposal, but if the industry moves to electric vehicles, they can reach it. So we move to another issue, the digital single market. The Commission made two proposals. The first, well, both have been approved in trilogues. The first in less than a year, which is quite a record. And it shows that these proposals were long overdue. Now, what's the difference between these two? The Digital Markets Act, as its name indicates, deals with the market power of dominant undertakings, which are called the gatekeepers. Okay. In the past, Mrs. Vestager would and DG Competition would have had to start an infringement procedure under Article 102, the famous abuse of dominant positions. They did that. They did that against IBM. It took many, many years, huge resources on both sides, and it resulted in a very small victory for the Commission, namely that you could freely choose your browser. Okay. This legislation here, on the other hand, introduces a rule book for gatekeepers. It sets ex-ante obligations for the dominant undertakings, so that we will have fair competition, more innovation, and more choice for users. one shouldn't forget that 90% of internet platforms are operated by SMEs, and to allow them to compete against these huge gatekeepers is the objective of this legislation. Now, who are the gatekeepers? The legislation contains precise turnover limits, etc. The result is very simple. It's Google, Facebook, Apple and Amazon, Booking.com, and the Chinese Alibaba, but not Twitter. So if Twitter says tomorrow we're going to admit Donald Trump's account, they cannot be attacked under the Digital Markets Act, but we have a Digital Services Act, which I'm coming to in a second. Now, what are the obligations? The gatekeepers will have to make their messenger services compatible with those of smaller platforms. The idea is that if you have a local service provider where you have your email account and you want to send messages to your children and grandchildren, you are probably confronted with the issue that they are not members of your local internet provider, but they have a WhatsApp account. Okay, all the young people have WhatsApp nowadays. The two platforms are not compatible. WhatsApp has no intention to admit anybody else into their network, and this is what they will have to do in the future. Okay, users will be free to choose their browsers, virtual assistants, and so forth. What is also prohibited, obviously, is that a company like Google always puts their own services on top of the search results, which is what Google used to do. And another issue, this time concerning Apple, is that commercial users should be able to offer their products and services on a third-party platform. What does that mean? If you have downloaded an app under the Apple App Store, you're going to get upgrades from time to time, okay? In many cases, you have to pay for these upgrades, small amounts, a few euros. The provider of the app would like to sell you the upgrades on a third-party platform, not through Apple. Because if he sells the upgrade through Apple, Apple is taking 30%. Okay? Apple will be forced to permit commercial users to use third-party platforms in the future. Now, the Digital Services Act, quite different. It's not about market power, it's about the services that internet platforms are offering. The charm of this proposal is that it is likely to become a global standard, i.e. it is most likely going to be used outside the EU, because the internet companies will find it cost efficient to establish the same service offer throughout the world and not different versions in countries outside the EU. This is what I call soft power. It's not due to regulations, at least not directly, but it has the effect that the EU rules will most likely be the determining factor for internet companies throughout the world. Now, what does the Act require? The main thing is they will have to remove illegal content. platforms should moderate the content by themselves, but also through a network which is called the Trusted Flaggers regime. These are experts nominated by national authorities that can require the platforms to react promptly. User protection, obviously, is the main issue under the Digital Services Act. The protection of minors is a new issue. It is an issue that the gatekeepers have neglected in the past. They will have to improve their procedures considerably. And the best proposal in this area is probably that there will be a single procedure across the EU to take down illegal content. So if someone writes something about you that is manifestly wrong, you can require that that information be removed. And if the platform doesn't do it, you have a claim for compensation. That is also new. Now, another issue, sorry, I'm probably speaking too long. We'll do this quickly. It concerns whistleblowers.
On arrive à gender equality et du coup, il va accélérer.
Pardon?
Tu arrives à la gender equality, alors du coup, je plaisante.
Okay.
Slowly here, I'm in detail.
Joking, sorry.
Okay, let's see what is on offer. The whistleblower directive. Now, if someone doesn't know what a whistleblower is, he could be excused because most member states actually did not have a whistleblower legislation up to now. In English, blowing the whistle means telling someone that he's doing something wrong and telling everybody else around him or her that he's doing something wrong. Okay, that's to blow the whistle. Now, obviously, the Commission proposed this in legal terms. So a whistleblower is a person reporting a breach of law. This is useful for all those who are defending the financial interests of the EU, but also the rule of law in general. But the main advantage of this legislation I would see in the area of protecting the whistleblower. Because what usually happens is, take the latest whistleblower who attacked Facebook. Okay, Frances Hogan is her name. She attacked her employer. Obviously, in such a case, the whistleblower is fired in most cases. Although in the United States, that is forbidden. In Europe, it will be forbidden too, under this directive. Obviously, one way around this is to make an anonymous, to publish an anonymous information about the wrongdoing. And the Commission has actually opened a website, which I've mentioned here on this slide, where you can make, where you can accuse people of wrongdoing, and your identity and anonymity will be protected. Now, as I said, prohibition of retaliation is probably the most important issue. The burden of proof, by the way, is reversed. So if your employer fires you, the employer has to prove that this was not because of whistleblowing. And if the employer has wrongfully fired the whistleblower, that person has a claim for compensation. I mentioned already in the US. The US has had that legislation for many years. It is similar to the EU legislation, but it has one major advantage which we unfortunately don't have. The whistleblower is financially compensated. the most lucrative situation is to work for a bank, to find out that the bank is not in line with the obligations of the Security and Exchange Commission in the US. You denounce the bank, you give the SEC the relevant information, the SEC fines the bank, and you get up to 30% of the fines. An even more lucrative occupation than that of an EU official, since the SEC has paid $1.2 billion to whistleblowers in the past. Now, gender equality. Most of you will remember the famous Defresne judgment of the European Court of Justice in 1976. Defresne versus Sabina. Gabrielle Defresne was a hostess that worked with Sabina, and at a certain age, Sabina decided that their hostesses had to be young and attractive, and Mrs. Defresne would have to go. She brought a suit, and she won. The European Court of Justice said the article in the EC treaty was directly applicable. This was a major victory for women, but it was at the same time a major victory for EU law, because this was one of the first judgments that confirmed that the EU treaty was directly applicable, which wasn't clear up to then. Now, as you can see, it took nearly 50 years, a bit less than 50 years, that the Council finally adopted the Commission's proposal on the number of women in supervisory boards. Actually, the proposal is couched in very careful legal terms, and it foresees that 40% of non-executive director positions should be given to the underrepresented sex, which could be men, but in most cases will be women. Why did it take so long? The Commission's proposal was made 10 years ago. Germany plus a few other member states blocked it. Mrs. Merkel, for reasons which I've never understood, was of the opinion that this was none of the EU's business, and the member states should not be told what to do. Okay, if you read 57, it talks about the employment conditions should be the same, both sexes, and members of the supervisory board are not employed. Okay, so this is a typical case where the Commission, I think rightly, tries to extend the border EU law. The member states did this for 10 years and have finally given in. But obviously the European Parliament is delighted. The trilogue is now starting, and I would hope that in a few months from now, the directive will be adopted. Citizens first, the COVID certificate. Well, the good news is, and Mrs. Kina has mentioned that shortly, that this does not only apply to the EU. As you can see here, it is recognized in 67. It is recognized in the UK. It's a miracle. It's recognized in Switzerland, which is another miracle. Although the Swiss have been quite cooperative recently. And I mean, it extends to countries, as you can see, Indonesia, Seychelles, and Vietnam. and 1.7 billion certificates have been issued in the past. That is more than 3 times, actually 4 times the present population of the EU. Now, my last issue. We have an EU astronaut on the International Space Station. I was asked to talk about space, right? This is only a small aspect of it. Sorry, it's nearly 4 o'clock. I'm speaking too long. So just to say, Mrs. Cristoforetti graduated from the Technical University in Munich, studied in Toulouse and Moscow, is a fighter pilot of the Italian Air Force, and obviously had incredibly good qualifications for becoming an astronaut. And she is an Erasmus student. So another success story of the EU. I'm coming to the end. I think I have been able to show that the EU is focused on ensuring the functioning of the EU, on protecting the environment and protecting its citizens. And the most important message is, for me, peace is at the heart of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment, ça nous fait
Thank you very much indeed. It's great to see what's been happening the last few years. We no longer prepare our concours or anything like that. We're not necessarily abreast of everything that's happening in the EU and the Commission. And it's true that you don't get very much press coverage internationally of what's happening in the Commission. France Inter, you get 5 minutes Café Europe on Saturday morning on France Inter, and that's it. So, you know, it's the fault of the media also. They don't really like to talk about what's happening. So thanks for filling us in. Just a couple of remarks before I open the floor. Mr. Skinas said to us yesterday that everything European is, covered as a failure, national success. These millions, 350, 360 million. This is not very well sold internationally. France, Belgium. The amount of money that is distributed, no one's really talked about the money that's come from the EU. I don't think people say that enough. My second comment concerning the success story or the lack thereof, this is essential for public opinion right now, and I know that social policy is not easy, but you haven't told us anything about social policy really. Perhaps, unfortunately, there isn't all that much to say, I don't know. And thirdly, gender equality. I was making the remark to Mr. Skinas yesterday that finally in March we got, of course, equal pay for men and women is very important, but for the first time, and I wrote an article in Vox about this, about the liberalization of the exhibition. Let me just say this is an exhibition that's going around. It's an American one that talks about how women were dressed on the day they were raped. What we were wearing that day. And it's an exhibition that's being launched by Amnesty. It's been touring the schools in Belgium. And in the Belle-Limon, with an inauguration done by Vice President Ureva and Dali and Edge and myself for Amnesty. Just one word. It was opened by Madame Ureva, the Vice President. She's Czech, right? And it was really not just a speech churned out by her spin doctor. She said, I remember very well how I was dressed on that day, what I was wearing. I didn't put that in the Vox thing, and I can tell you that in the room there was a real shock. I don't want to make you sad with that. I'm just trying to say that in March, the Commission has finally passed some legislation on domestic violence and gender violence against women. It's been a big success, and I think we also need that the EU to ratify the so-called Istanbul Convention, which is Turkey has withdrawn from that, in fact, on domestic violence, and Russia also wanted to pull out because it's not good for their family policy to have that kind of legislation out there. So that's another thing I wanted to mention. So the money that's being handed out in Europe, that needs to be talked about. Social policy, and life styles and the cost of living. Michael, you put your hand up. I know you worked in that service back in the day. Well, I 100% agree with what you about gender violence and violence against women and girls. It's very, very important to have legislation. Mr. Simpson, the former president of the UK section, had set up the first instrument, community instrument, to... Well, Daphne, that's what it was, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say that as a former EU official, I'm a little bit bothered. See, we're talking about whistleblowers, but there's no mention of our own whistleblowers. Well, it's a little bit awkward, let's say. We need to acknowledge too that the Commission itself, principally the Commission, has also had whistleblowers who were treated pretty poorly, and I think that needs to be stated when you talk about these things, and we need to, come out and say that up front. Yes?
Thank you very much. I seize the opportunity.
You can put your micro in your mouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, which was very interesting. I seize the opportunity to raise a question. Of course, in case that you know the topic and falls under your competence. What is going on with Frontex? Because it was an investigation of Olaf, and the commander, the director of Frontex, it was asked to be resigned, and also it appears that there are some problems with the budget of this agency. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question fort
Thank you
pertinente.
very much for that very pertinent question. I think it goes above and beyond the director of Frontex. It's a general Frontex issue. You can maybe answer that question. Are there? Yes, I think there's another question at the back there. Thank you. Yes, a very simple question. Are these very interesting slides going to be put up on the Aiace international site so we can all see them? Because, we won't have to show them this morning. I think it's already up there. Not this morning's one, but before you asked this question, these slides had already been uploaded. Oh, I'm amazed at the efficiency of these people. As far as this morning's presentation, Costa said he wanted to just correct a couple of things and then he'll make it available. So you can fill these questions now, if you will.
Yes, well, you're entirely correct that that certain areas have not been highlighted. Social policy, but we may have to look for a speaker next year who can do that. Yeah, if I'm instructed to concentrate on that issue, I will try. Yes, it's quite right. Obviously, there is a recent proposal for a directive on the violence against women. I have in general concentrated on issues that have already been agreed or are close to being agreed. So recent proposals from the Commission that are only 10 days old have not been included because sometimes they are never approved. Okay, but I hope this one will. Okay, then yes, do we have EU whistleblowers? Yes. All of you, I suppose, have lived through the problems that a certain Mr. Van Buitenen created when he stood up as a whistleblower. In fact, at the time, the Commission had to resign, or the Commission resigned. Whether it had to is a different issue. And yes, how was Mr. Van Buitenen treated? He was removed from his position, and he was put on 6 months kind of forced holidays with 50% of his salary, which is not a correct procedure, which should be banned under the new directive. Unfortunately, directives do not apply to the EU institutions. So what the Commission would have to do, and for instance, in the area of data protection, the Commission has done it. You would need a parallel piece of legislation in the form of a regulation or a change of the staff statute saying the rules of the directive apply to EU officials too, directly. Okay, and that hasn't been done yet, but that would have to be done if we want to make sure that EU officials get the same protection as the directive. Now, Frontex. Yes, actually, I wanted to cover the difference between OLAF and OPPO in my presentation, but didn't do it because it would have been an even longer presentation. OLAF starts investigations, as was rightly said, but it cannot appear and it cannot plead in front of national courts, whereas the EU public prosecutor can. And the EU public prosecutor can jump from one court in Germany to another court in France and to another court in Belgium if necessary. Okay, that is a true supranational institution. By the way, it has delegated public prosecutors in the member states, but Mrs. Kövesi and company can appear in national courts. So what OLAF would normally do if they have finished their investigation is to send the dossier to OPPO, and OPPO would plead in front of national courts and make sure that the people in question are indicted. And that's all for the moment. And I know my colleague is eager to start. Sorry for having taken so much time.
Eager to finish. Merci infiniment. Ça veut dire que ça nous fait un peu de bien.
Thank you very much. Well, it's great to be brought up to speed. You refresh our memories as to what's going on. Thank you so much for bringing the news to us. It's a bit frustrating that you've taken so long to prepare this probably, and we're keeping your time limited, but at least you had the chance to ask some direct questions, and if you have any additional questions that come to you later, we can send them to Reina. She can send them on by email or whatever. Perhaps I could just add that our Secretary General has been very efficient, and it's now on the Aiace international website. We have footnotes. You can click on that, and you can see you can link to the regulation in question. Thank you. Well, it's great to have retirees like yourself. So, Alexandra, the floor is yours now. It's a real pleasure to see you again and to continue working with you. Well, I hope you'll feel the same when I've finished.
Écoute, maybe I'll start first. Dominic wanted me to present the text of the proposals. So here I am presenting the text of the proposals to you. This document and that document. Okay, that's a small summary in which we just don't have, we have the proposals, but we don't have all the text accompanying. Why do I say that? Because I think it is quite difficult to test to present in a meeting. Because you have a list of proposals, we have a list of 74 proposals, and we're not going to be here reading proposals all through the night. Why? What do I suggest to do? I suggest to do three things. The first thing is that I tell you how actually we went about organizing this work on how our internal work in Aiace. It could be of interest for other Aiaces who want to do this type of work to see what type of organization would suit to do it. Then once we do that, then I will go into not the proposals, but into the mega trends or the conditions that actually make us make those type of proposals. So with not any particular one, just what was happening in Europe and how we went about and what are they? What are these? What I will call maybe conditions or mega trends. And then for the third part, I propose to look at proposals, but together. So you tell us, you choose a proposal and we discuss it, or you ask questions that I think will be, because otherwise I don't think we're going to get too far. Now, first, for the first question I put to you, which is how do we go around looking at? First, we follow the process a little bit, and saw what was happening in other capitals, and then decided, okay, how we want to do it. We received a letter from Aiace International. What that was really very provocative to send a letter, because Joaquin jumped on the idea, and then we couldn't get away from doing it. And we then went into how do you now organize it as Aiace Spain. I'm just trying to get back into my conference so I don't be completely lost. First, the how. In the board of directors, when we decided to do things, we set up a little committee that we call a writing committee by three people. The three people that actually accepted this proposal to write the book was Francisco Fonseca, who has been the head of the delegation in Spain, of the representation in Spain, and Deputy Director General in DigiJust was there. Ismael Olivares, that was there also. He was the director in the European Parliament, and myself. So what did we do is we actually we share the work among ourselves according to our expertise, and we decided I will become a coordinator. Why did we need a coordinator? It was in order to try to keep the coherence between on what we're writing, in order to try to be consistent in what we were doing, and also streamline the work and put a time date, because otherwise, three people writing a very difficult subject, we could get nowhere. It did work very well, and the group we produced the first, I think we took 3 months to write the first one, which sounds like a lot of time, but it's really not. Then we also set up a working group that were members of the board of directors of Aiace Spain that accompany us, and then we would used to sit once a month and discuss issues. And Then we set up another group, which I think is very, very important for the structure of Aiace España, that we call the consulting group. We went and wrote to all our members and say who wants to participate, who wants to be in this group, who wants to accompany us. And we got the answers was about 12 people. So they were with us. Why is this important? Because we wanted this to be an Aiace Spain document. We didn't want it to be a document of the 3 of us or the 5 of us. We thought it was important to be endorsed and to get everybody on board. And we did it, this consulting group, we set it up a little late, but we were advanced, but they got all our work. We had meetings with them. We took out their opinions into account. That didn't mean that we took everything on board. Then in what did we concentrate our work? There are 9 topics in the COFOE list, from which topics are themes, policy areas in which to write, about which to write. So we, out of these 9 that existed, we choose actually 8, which is really, I find very, very ambitious. It was 7.5 because we didn't write on environment. So we wrote on health, on European democracy, on migration, values and rights, rule of law. We didn't write on education, culture, use and export. We figured out that we didn't have any, we were not sufficiently educated, not young to write about that area. But that's the one we really left out. We wrote a lot on the economy, on climate change and environment, and a lot on external affairs too. Then after we started writing, this document is going nowhere, we were a list of proposals for policies on the other side, and we decided we better put all this together into 3 different chapters. The first chapter that we call European Democracy, Values and Rights and Rule of Law, in which we put what we call the political criteria of the EU. We will put it there and we concentrated in that part, in the political part. Then we put an economic part. So everything that was economic, we didn't care where we were writing, we put it in there. And we wrote the economic part, and then there was a third part that I found that it was something quite interesting to do too, which we call the new political priorities of the EU. So everything that had to do with the new policies that were priority for the Commission, for the EU, we put it in this area. And this area were divided into 2 parts. The internal policies of the internal priorities of the EU, and the other one was the external priorities of the EU. On the internal priorities, we put climate change, digital transformation, and health. On the external priorities, we put EU in the world and migration.
Yes.
In all these areas, also we went in this area. We said this is an area where the EU will really have a long way to go before actually becoming a global player. But we really thought it was very important to start thinking forward-looking in external affairs and migration, which is a real issue. We added an introduction in which we took the historical view and we put our vision of how we conceive the EU and where should it be going. And then a conclusion which was really a lesson learned. By writing in all these areas, we came out with an overall way of the failures in the EU. In the EU institutions and in the way we work in the EU, and this we put them as conclusions in the last part. Now, how do we structure the document? Because we have to impose the 3 of us the same structure. Otherwise, we have gone crazy. So first, we always start by making a description of the relevance of the policy area in which we are writing. We look at the state at which it was, and we identify what when, in our view, the main failures. In the base on this, we make the proposals in each one of the areas. In making the proposals, we didn't care about whether member states like it or not like it, whether they needed treaty changes or don't need treaty changes. We say, no, we think this should be done, the policy should go that way, we are going to say it and we'll put it down, and then we'll see what happens. In some cases, we were very specific, but in most of the cases, we talk in general terms. What we identify is we want a proposal in order to improve politics that should look like this. So it was a kind of a vision of where we wanted to go. Then we wanted to discuss the document with civil society and with citizens. That was the purpose of doing it. And this we will continue to do in Spain when we're back there and we'll go around in road shows actually in order to let people know about our views. We always said also in the proposals we put, we always thought about accountability and democratic control, because sometimes we don't think that the EU has sufficient accountability or democratic control, and we wanted to look into this also making our proposals. So by the end, we ended up in part one, the political part. We had 26 proposals, and this is, well, I'll talk about a little bit later about in the substance part, about how we see these proposals. Then we have, in the economic part, we had 17 proposals, but they were 17 long proposals because most of them are programs. And in the last part, the external, the policy priorities of the Union, we had 34 proposals. Where do we go from here? We, as Aiace Spain, what we want to do with the document, we have sent it to the European movement in Spain. It's in the website. We have sent it to the Secretary of State in External Affairs. It's on their website, actually, and we also have it in our Aiace International.
Yes, we did that, yes.
But we have a very, very favorable view from the Secretary of State of in charge of external relations in Spain, and they called us for a meeting, and they wanted us to work with them when the Spanish president comes about, which is on it's in the second half of 23 is the Spanish president, so it's really in line with the work we're doing. So we will be working with them, and they asked us to identify, of all the proposals we had, those that needed treaty changes. I assume you can imagine why. But we are going to work with them, and I think this is important for our work and important for them. We, as I told you, we will go around the country also talking about our report. We also starting now, because now we have the final report for the real conference, a big conference of put out the final report on the 9th of May. So now we're going to check our proposals against their proposals. And we are going, in our own area, we're going to concentrate in the proposals which are common. Yes, because we think that those are the ones in which we have a chance of getting something going. And as we are going to be working with Spain that has a presidency coming, we said, okay, fine. We'll concentrate on those. We'll have to play all those who are actually playing this game. I think that on the whole we can say that we are happy with our organization, which is what I am talking now, and I think we produce a good result. In the future, if we were going to do it again, I think I will involve the consultation. I'm very democratic when I do this type of work, and I like having people around me, and I think I will push to have a consultation group working with us a little earlier than we did, so that we really bring our members on board, because I must say a lot of our members have a good idea and different from those that we have put already. Now, question, is COFOE, the Conference on the Future of Europe, is it a real change? Where do we go from here? I think we don't know where the conferences go. The Union is now entering a new process toward a substantial revision of the treaty. When the French President Macron started with the conference, that's what he wanted. He was searching for the conditions to have a new revision of the treaty. We don't know whether this will happen, because meanwhile many things are happening in France. I think we cannot say he's as strong as he was in the past, 2 years ago, and we have elections in France. the parliamentary elections, and we will see what will happen. But it will be, I think, very important that to try to go towards a new intergovernmental conference and have a new treaty on the table. We can talk about this later. It's a long time since we had a treaty. It's more than 12 years since the Lisbon Treaty came into effect, and we have to look at that the world has changed tremendously in these 12 years. And you talk about many of the changes, but there's a really and usually treaties should change when the world around you changes. So it might happen or it might not. But in any case, there is nothing, we cannot really say what will happen. It could be that the conference goes nowhere, or it could be that goes towards a new treaty. But in any case, I think there is also something is sure that is for sure going to happen. The European institutions have said that they will use some of the proposals, and the Commission has already said that working program for 2022, 23, excuse me, they will take some of those proposals already on board and including the Commission program. Now, let's move a little bit on the substance, but in terms of this, what I call the mega trends or the developments that actually make us make those proposals. We started on the paper with a sentence with President Delors, because we thought it was really very revealing at that time. Delors made this sentence in a speech in Bruges in 1989. And it's still very applicable to today. It says, it is heresy to expect that all Europeans can feel that they belong to a community that they see as a second homeland. If this view is rejected, European integration will fail, and the specter of nationalism will haunt us again, because the community will have failed to win the hearts and minds of people. I think we're still there. I don't think we have advanced much from 1989 and Delors' words. His message is pointing out to this dichotomy, this fight between the European integration when it collides with nationalism, and when integration and nationalism collide, things usually go towards nationalism. And we have to, Britain is out, Great Britain is out because of those reasons of the EU now. But others could still go. I mean, and even the situation could be even more difficult than with Britain, because we still have member states here, very authoritarian, and with a lot of nationalist feelings, and they are here to stay. Those don't want to go because they receive funds maybe more than the UK did, but they want to stay. Now, the concepts on the values and the mega trends that I selected to talk to you as those that had a lot of influence in our work are the following. One is the economic crisis that we have had too, but we talked certainly about the crisis from 2010 to 2012, what is really the Greek crisis, so important. That crisis marked us, although we might not be marked us terribly, about the pandemic, about the other concept that we will talk about is interdependence. We live in an interdependent world, and that's affecting our external view of the world and our internal view. And the other one is the concept of the strategic autonomy, which is become very important. And Ukraine and the economic and geopolitical consequences. Actually, the Ukraine war started when we had finished our work. Actually, we finished at the end of February, and the war started on the 24th, and we had to go back and revise, because it was just the way that we could go out ignoring what was happening, and I think you see that in our work. It was something that really touched us. The last economic crisis, and how do I see it, and why did it have an influence? The last economic crisis is a crisis from 2010 to 12, which is the Greek crisis. I think we can call it the Greek crisis to be clear, so that everybody knows what it is. It it was largely an endogenous EU economy crisis. It was endogenous inside the economic system of the EU. It was an asymmetric crisis. It hit countries very different within member states. One were very heated, very touched, others were not. And I'm going to tell you a sentence that I will explain. And there was no adult in the room and no lonely men. Adults in the Room is a film that was done by Costa Gravas about that crisis. I myself and other people from the film, we've seen it a few times, trying to identify who the actors are imitating. It's a fantastic film, and the name is There Were No Adults in the Room for That Crisis. So nobody behaved in a mature way. And then I say the lonely men, or the men only, is because Marco Butti, that was the Director General in DG at that time, actually just came out with a book on that crisis, and he calls it The Lonely Man, saying that he was very alone, the Commission was very alone during that crisis. What happened during the crisis is that the dominant view was that those who were the cause of the crisis should pay for it. There was absolutely no solidarity involved. So people were pushed Greece into a corner. The policy measures and the manner they were taking were many by the intergovernmental method. It's not what we should be working. We should be working with a community method, and many measures went intergovernmental, taking at the level of the council, and during those horrible nights in which they were awake, working at night and make us, while the whole of Europe was expecting to see what was happening. What came out was a package of austerity measures in the concerned countries. It was Greece, but it was also Italy, Ireland and Portugal, and later on Spain also went through its crisis, although the Spanish crisis is of a different nature. There was no pity for cutting the living standards of the population. You had to cut the living standard in order to find an equilibrium, and an equilibrium was at much lower level of the national product. Europe went for it. And slowly, and through these measures, we came out of the crisis. After this crisis had happened in 2014, with the Juncker Commission, was already much softer and a much better look at these issues. There was a real stock-taking on the state of EMU and the means required to consolidate and make the system more resilient. I must say, one should play Juncker because he made a difference at that time. The reform agenda that came out of those years, 2013, was a very rich reform agenda. And the measures, actually, many of the measures, and the economic parties, I have written a lot about this, you can imagine, a lot of the measures that are there are measures coming out of those crises that were never applied, that still to this day not applied. And so that's the reason I say this crisis has marked what we are doing here. And to this measure, we have added some. Meanwhile, the world didn't stand still, and we discovered that were other institutional failure, and I just have added to the list. Then I entered the pandemic crisis, which is clearly a game changer with respect to that crisis, to that economic crisis. Here, the values and the way we intervene and the way we behave, it was completely different. We were solidarity. There was solidarity between member states and working together. So, in spite of all the default of the COVID-19 crisis, it brought back some values to the EU that we were missing. So, in that we should be grateful to the COVID for doing so. Why? I wonder, why was such a big difference in the treatment of the two crises? I think there was two factors that are very important. The pandemic shock was exogenous to the system. has nothing to do with Europe. It was an exogenous crisis. It was pushed into us by the Chinese or that, I don't know, somebody from outside the EU and the world gave us this crisis and we were confronted with it. It was asymmetric, just as the other crisis, but don't forget that the other was endogenous to us, to the economic system. This one was also asymmetric because some countries have been suffering much more than the others. And it punched all member states. So with general, so this time there was no need to find a guilty member state. I think is why we have been able to actually work in a very solidary manner, is that there was no need to find who was the guilty member state with the faulty policies that we had to actually punish. There were no moral hazard issues, as was in the other crisis. Was full of moral hazard issues between the countries like Holland or Germany and the southern European countries, where ones didn't give us any money to the others, and because the more money to give them, the worse they will behave. The more so in this we didn't have any on this crisis. So hence I say, the EU could be united in response to the crisis. It could be united. We were all to gain by being together. The other crisis was not. And so this is, I think, is very telling, this difference. And then what happened in this crisis? What measures are they taking? The Next Generation EU, a solidarity package, the biggest package ever taken in the history of the EU. Actually, it was bigger than the part of in any budgetary cycle. It was huge. It's huge. And for the first time, groundbreaking in one thing, the Commission is authorized to grant transfer and loans to member states with European debt. This is really very ground. Nobody would have said that this will happen, and this happened. And it's going into the markets. Germany was always again, Dutch were always again going into the markets and borrowing money. This money was being backed, is still being backed with money from future resources of the EU and from the EU budget. Because of that, it's not really a Eurobond, but a Eurobond should be backed by member states. But it's the same. I mean, the budget, after all, it comes from member states. Huh? So this is what is really groundbreaking. In some of these measures, intergovernmental are not community, they intergovernmental measures. So, Union has responded united to a big exogenous crisis of public health and to the ensuing economic crisis, because the health crisis, behind the health crisis becomes an economic crisis that demonstrated that the action at the union level were best taken. There was no doubt. The best measures, the proper measures had to be taken at the union level. Our proposals in this area, if we go to the part where we talk about the Next Generation EU, you will see that our proposal is, because this fantastic program that we have is supposed to be one-off. The wording will just use it now and close it. As soon as our proposal is make it permanent. Why do you should actually study the conditions to ensure its proper functioning? That's what needs to be doing. If you have a program, you know it's monkey. It's the beginning of fiscal policy in the EU that we will need, and you get the countries out of the crisis because of this. Why this is one off. What you need to study is how to properly apply this program. So we make proposal that go in that sense in our proposal side. Then another mega trend of the world today is our dependency in third countries. When we were confronted with the emergency of the pandemics, Europe realized that we didn't longer produce masks, gloves, We didn't even produce paracetamol, okay? Everything was coming from China or some cheaper country. So what does that mean? That means that our autonomy was nil. We didn't have any autonomy. When the trade flows were cut, we were left out with a really missing products that we couldn't have access to them in the markets because the markets were closed, economies were closed. So this situation forced Europe to reconsider shifting the production back home for some products. And this is something that you see it happening right now. And we make many proposals under the single market that we have to please bring back the production of some strategic goods. We cannot be dependent for basic health products and also for chips. I mean, not potato chips, but the chips you put in computers and in all the high technology is all coming from outside. And what happened during the pandemic is that the value chains were completely disrupted. They are still disrupted today. This is also a factor why we have inflation. So we have to deal with this. So many of our proposals go in that direction. So another mega trend or new principle that is here to stay in the EU is the new principle to guide our actions, and it's called strategic autonomy. A strategic autonomy is a bit discovery. I don't see there is a Commission document now coming out that doesn't talk about it. Why? So the pandemic brought this principle back to the forefront. It was already very popular in defense and in external relations, but not in the internal areas of the EU. We didn't talk about strategic autonomy. And it was defined in a council in 2016 council, a council of external affairs, a council, but it was external affairs ministers sitting there has said that give a definition to this. It says the ability to act autonomously when and where necessary and with partners whenever possible. So there is the EU coming of age. Sometimes we just have to act alone in the world. We cannot always be soft power and the nice kid in the neighborhood. Sometimes we have to be tough and work on our own. So, decision for us, Europe must invest in strategic autonomy. We have to reinforce it in internal policies, we have to reinforce it in external policies. For this, in order to be working in these areas, what we need to work more and more is on a common vision of Europe, a common to all member states. I don't say a single vision, like in the single market versus common market, no, a common vision of Europe. We must share a vision of Europe to be able to work together and to develop our autonomy, strategic autonomy, which is the capacity to act whenever needed alone in the world and in our house. So it's quite revolutionary at the end. So we use the concept of strategic autonomy to make proposals under the Europe in the World part, the migration, security and defense, and the single market. What else? So, and we were finishing, and this is my last point, and all of a sudden, Europe was again in war with itself. We were at war with ourselves in Europe. The war in Ukraine and its geopolitical and economic consequence has been the last addition to the factors that to take into account when analyzing the current EU context and making proposals. Nothing we can do today in the level of the EU on this institution without really looking at the impact of this, because it's really much greater than we ever thought. The risk to global security and the consequences of the war is forcing Europe to take a deep leap forward in our ability to be major players and not, the nice kid in the neighborhood that comes with a few soldiers when something is happening. So right now, our expenditures on military defense have grown. Every member state is spending on this much more than it used to be before. and this will continue. Europe has now to develop a military, aside from the OTAN, NATO is very important, is there, but European. Borrell has just presented what he calls the strategic compass, that is now for the first time going to put all the militaries, starting to build a consensus way of working for defense in between all the European countries, among all European countries. It's for the first time what we did in many policies is start working, cooperating together. It's going to happen. Moreover, he has now created a little European army of 5,000 people, which is also very, very important. So that's a big consequence, and we see that also in our proposals. It's a big consequence of the war in Ukraine. And then is the economic cost of disrupting the energy and the agricultural markets, which are completely disrupted. We are now going to huge price increases, which are the result of decreasing supplies all over. So, this is contributing to higher inflation and lower PIB. So you see, I don't know, Spain PIB is much lower by 2.6 points than it used to be. This is going to be what's going to happen, unfortunately, in the next few months, and inflation is going to keep rising. Even it's not the inflation we used to have, this is another inflation. This is being caused by supply shocks in the economy. Okay. So the response to the invasion of Ukraine has to be in foreign policy terms, in diplomatic terms, but also in assuming the cost of defending, in sending what the armaments were sending to Ukraine cost an awful lot of money. And many member states on those are doing it. So that's, from now on, this is, out of this war will come this union of defense. The first point toward the union of defense. And out of the Ukrainian war, we also have the first global energy crisis in the world, where for the first time that the whole world has entered into an energy crisis, with cuts all over, with prices rising all over, with everybody trying to figure out where they are going to get their supplies. Now, I just wonder what's going to happen, because unfortunately the impact of this climate change could be terrible. So I think in the short term, the impact will be very important, because we are going to burn whatever we can find to keep electricity going and whatever else is going. So we might forget about renewables and go and get supplement the gas or the oil coming from Ukraine or Russia, whatever we can. But I think, on the other hand, this is going to cause a big innovation boom in renewables. That we are not going to see the effect now. We will see it later on. It's going in China and all this country. And this, also right now, I think we are not going to meet our targets, but in the future, we should be able to meet it in the long term, 2055. Zero emission CO2, if we manage to actually have a true innovation in our markets. I'm getting to the end. More conclusions. So now we're going to talk about Jean Monnet. C'est pas Jacques Delors, c'est Jean Monnet. L'Europe se fera dans les crises. Elle sera la somme des solutions apportées à ces crises. So every official of the European Commission knows this sentence.
We have the response to the crisis.
Yes, I think it is true, but it's not always true. And I'm going to tell you one crisis which wasn't true. It was the Great Crisis. In that crisis, Europe didn't manage to do anything great. It just managed to survive. It's not that we didn't learn anything in that crisis. But in all the others, I think it is true. It always happened this way. And I'm going to maybe to read you a little bit of my thoughts in this area to be finished to follow faster. the EU is a project under construction. It is often the case that the community policy is first endowed in its basic elements and pieces are added on when it is shown that the existing ones are insufficient. So when we start with policies which are not endowed with all the instruments they need, then we have a crisis because they do not work properly. Also, as they don't work properly, they continue to add new instruments to these policies. It could be environmental policy. Certainly is the case with the single market. It is certainly the case with economic and monetary union. So, you are on. How do we compensate it in the EU? We have learned to work with creating mechanisms for approximation, harmonization, different types of cooperation, structured dialogues. There are many ways to try to work when you don't have the proper instruments. I think we have learned very well in that, to be very imaginative in the EU, which what we can do. However, the ability to take the most appropriate measures consistent with our own values is limited. The construction of Europe will continue to be a difficult and slow task, but one that achieves a clear improvement of result when given the necessary means. And I think this is very important. I think we have very successes when we have here now we have the proper instruments. Now we got this policy finally going. So I think just maybe a last sentence on that. I think it will be very important to be able to have new treaties soon, and I think we should try to convince European citizens that should be the case. And now the third thing is about, to forget, if you have proposals, we can discuss them jointly, okay? I just propose to be part of it.
Merci beaucoup, merci infiniment.
Thank you very much. Obviously, this is a very rich presentation. Thank you, Alexandra. Because we know very well what she's talking about. Everybody knows me. What is interesting is that you were director at DG ECFIN, and I'll give you the floor in 2 seconds. Thank you very much. This goes hand in hand with the presentation that we heard from Ren. So thank you for this as well. There was no crypto money, as people said yesterday. This was mentioned, but it was not part of the presentation today. Of course, this would be a loss of imagination on our part. But you've talked about social policy, which was a very interesting part of the presentation. You talked about the organization of the Commission, and I will now leave you the floor, but you also mentioned the change in treaties, and yesterday I asked Mr. Esquina on accession of certain states and the possibility what this would lead to, the need for a united Europe. But so what, with this system or without this system? Maybe you could touch on this when you talk about reviewing of treaties, because this touches us directly and it's part of the Europe Matter subject. And can it be 35 states with the current system in place? So I would never give the Spanish section enough thanks, but thank you very much. There have been 2 men and 2 women. So there has been gender equality. Are there any reactions? Elizabeth, you have the floor. We have 30 minutes, is this right?
Just very briefly want to congratulate both Reinhard and Alexandra. I thought were extremely good speeches, and as Dominique said, I've always asked for this kind of interchange, so thank you very much. as regards this Spanish report, I would really like to congratulate the Aiace Spain. I think it's very ambitious and it's forward-looking and it's excellent. Can I just mention a few of the proposals I really liked, just very briefly. The move towards better harmonization of taxes. It's obvious that it's controversial, but I think in the long run, I think it's absolutely necessary. And likewise, we should take a big step towards improving the cooperation in health issues, because this crisis has showed how useful it is. But I think there is very much more to be done. But so far, people are very careful. On the other hand, it's clear that there are many controversial proposals, and I think that's also good for creating debate. Just to mention that. You actually had something similar as to what Mr. Skinner's proposal. You call it an authentic system of European political party, and that relates to Mr. Skinner's proposal of transnational lists. And that is, of course, something which I think on the one hand is a problem, because those are people who are really not very close to the citizens if you have big guys somewhere. So I think it's the citizens approach, and that, of course, obviously it's also a problem for the small countries, because the small countries people are very few, very rarely known all over Europe. So I think it's a double. I can understand the idea, but I think you will find a lot of comments and questions from the small countries. But altogether, I think really good ideas, and it's amazing how timely it is. I mean, it's forward-looking, but also very timely. So just congratulate you, and especially I think it was interesting that Spain now is taking it up sort of officially as a very important input to your presidencies. So I think this link between Aiace and the national governments is also something to be noted. Thank you very much.
Alors, oui, Richard. C'est Richard?
Is that Richard? Richard is blinding me. You shouldn't have this kind of thoughts. I would like to align myself, thanking the two presenters of this afternoon, and the Spanish section for all the work that has been carried out. This is an example to us all. As a team, but also we are able to see the coordinators' prowess. I have requested the floor as somebody who knows what happened in the UK. Alessandra raised this, mentioning the statement by Delors on nationalism, which continues to gain strength as compared to then, and we see it across our countries. I believe that the drivers, as I have experienced this nationalism in the UK, but I believe that it goes beyond the UK. But the driver is the feeling of being attached to our own national identity. And this is what counts. It's emotions that count. I mentioned the UK debate that I was involved in. I looked at it from an economic and rational point of view, and I did not see what the motivation was. The physical language was quite hostile, and this was shocking. This is in the UK and in other states where we see a divergence in personal wealth. Didier can help me find the words for personal wealth in French. So the gap between the rich and the poor is quite wide. There is the super rich and the extremely poor. And this chips away at the rational argument. This brings me to the fact that even if the country or the region receives a lot of support, it does not count when it comes to adhesion. The law was attached to the question of subsidiarity, and maybe this could be reasoning behind all his actions. Up to the point that no matter what the EU did, then the people at the state were not able, at the state level, are not able to see what's going on at the state level. They're blinded. It is possible that at the end of the day, the Russian threat may change everything. It may reduce nationalism. I hope that this will be at least for a period. And we see that technology is a contributor to people drawing away from people who share the same point of view. And this is a considerable danger. This is from a personal point of view. I hope that Europe in its development can continue strengthening distilled modesty and a modesty in our style of doing things. I'm sorry for talking for too long, but it's simply because I'm really grateful for the presentations that we have heard this afternoon and for the work behind the presentations. Thank you very much. I would say that words fail us. And in the situation of Brexit, there was still solidarity between colleagues. But the day after Brexit, my daughter said that this was not evident because day after day we see our colleagues from the UK working with us, and this is a kind of solidarity, sincere solidarity that we're able to show. Would you like to directly respond to Richard, or how do we move forward? I don't have a lot to say. Richard, the question of subsidiarity for us is a key issue, not only today, but also when we decided at what level the politics and the policies should be implemented. We have to keep this. They have to be there, clearly stated as principles for action. But in addition to this, what counts is competitive strategic autonomy. Subsidiarity is always important and will always be an important guideline. On Brexit, something that was said here that I find intolerable is that the EU decided not to speak on the referendum on the UK, in the UK. A lot of lies were spread concerning the union, and the union did not respond. I found this unacceptable, but this was the case. Please take the floor. This is the national policy, the official policy of the Commission, an agreement with the UK government not to speak, because if the Commission speaks, this will divide the public view and the political view. If we take a step back, we will recall that when the Commission prepared an excellent document with several derogations, on options to avoid the referendum, and you will remember our colleague Mr. Fall, who was a spokesperson and an assistant for DG Competition and Director General at some point, a very renowned lawyer was able to find the correct wording and the correct arguments to help the Cameron government avoid a referendum. But at the end of the day, the government decided to concede. And I remember the night of the referendum, because I was on a Greek island, and we slept at 1 a.m. We were at peace because we believed that everything would go well, because Remain would win. And at 7 a.m., when we turned on the radio, we could not believe our ears.
That was a real failure of the predictions for the vote. It really had failed in the way they predicted that, and it was an earthquake. And this earthquake is still rumbling. If you look at what's happening lately in Northern Ireland with elections, where in fact there is no sitting government, and there are centrifugal forces at play, and we'll see how long the UK, the United Kingdom, will remain united. Let's hope it does remain united, but the Pandora's box is open, and we don't know when it will get closed again, if at all. Thank you. Well, I'd just like to say that I propose, Madam Chair, not to carry on this debate on Brexit. I didn't want to bring this up again. We don't want to have a gala dinner where we've all got tears in our eyes, do we? No, just let's close the door on Brexit and move on, though. But let me just say that we were all absolutely
I'm going to change the subject.
Destroyed.
Sorry? No, completely not. I would like to thank our speaker for this really excellent document and your presentation, and also your very pertinent political comments, and also really congratulate all your colleagues in Spain, because this is really a very good example of very good work done on the future of Europe. I haven't had an opportunity to study this, we just received it, but I'm just looking at the listing of strategic proposals, which are really very, very interesting. But there's just one thing that hits my eye on the very first section, and I would just like to comment on it. Under European democracy, you very rightly ask the question, what can be done to advance democracy and human rights in Europe? And we have a section there on participatory democracy and following on from the current COFA process and so on. But I think it's a real pity that we don't have anything here on parity democracy, because the question of equality of men and women is embedded in the treaties, but several decades later we are very far from it still, and we have still a major issue of absence of parity democracy in the European institutions and in the member states. And since you will be going around talking about the future of Europe and the strategic proposals, I really think this is an issue that
I would suggest that you take up, because I don't think we can have real democracy in Europe without parity democracy. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, vos paroles sont
Thank
du
you
bien.
very much. Well, those of you who don't know, I am I'm the vice chair of Amnesty in Belgium and for the Women's Committee. Now, I don't want to bang on about it too much, but I'm very glad you did bring that up. It's a very pertinent point. We're talking about what the president has done, and there's a number of things that are certain nationals wrote about Sofagate, as you remember, the whole Sofagate scandal, and I had a reply. But little by little, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much for those encouraging words, because you know, when we defend this issue of men and women, we sound like some sort of tedious old woman just banging on about this, and it's absolutely not the case. This is so important. We've got to talk about equality, parity. So thank you. Comments off microphone from the chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Effectivement, c'est un texte très intéressant.
Well, I think that's a very interesting debate. You can see a lot of ideas that have been out there for a long time. The first point I want to make concerns the method of covering the lives of citizens. And I had an experience, a conference, where a lot of ideas. This is from Giscard d'Estaing. I'm afraid the speaker's sound is cutting out. So we had a working group on the sound is cutting out. The interpreter cannot follow the entire speech, I'm afraid. When we look at these methods, I very much bear in mind what Richard has said. We have to call on people. And one point that I think is very interesting concerns the community method. For years, in my work with my colleagues, we very much hoped that the community method would survive and would be a predominant intergovernmental method, but the intergovernmental method and the so-called constitutional treaty, now called the Treaty of Lisbon, came in. President of the Council and the Commission and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Vice President of the Commission created the conditions for that not to work. There's a whole series of aspects here which are very interesting. Revision of the treaties, I very much fear that member states have absolutely no desire to revisit those treaties. Strategic autonomy, yes, certainly, but recent events do show us that that is a dream that is far from accessible in the media, and that it's the US that really calls the shots, and strategic, we only have as much autonomy as we're allowed. One issue that's been on the table for a long time is fiscal harmony, fiscal harmonization, I should say. The whole question of tax harmonization has been around since the Beauvoir government in France demanded this for the Maastricht Treaty. Now we all know that a unanimous decision is a guarantee that there will never be a decision taken on this. And in the face of that, some people have made proposals like, for example, the economy, which has been proposed and is in line with the current treaties, that compromises can be put up in line with the turnover of each country. But I think something even more basic, but more practical in the media would be rather looking for a complete tax harmonization, which I think would be hard for Greece. I think it's an interesting text, but what about the role of the attitude, rather, of the member states? It was chosen a few years ago when they had the choice on the table to have a Belgian politician who was very much in favour and wanted the European Union, Mr. Barroso. They chose Mr. Barroso. And we know that his is an extraordinary talented in saying absolutely nothing in 7 or 8 languages. So that was a very interesting choice. But at the same time, I think we need to be very modest here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Philippe. We've got some questions over here. Anyone, please?
Merci. Thank you. It's very interesting, your document and all the process that you described. Thank you for doing all this work. However, one notion I was a little bit skeptical about the strategic autonomy. And it's not only the energy part that is, of course, known, but it's also the 2 other things. It is the rare earth issue. Rare earths are some metals that are rare, and China has the monopoly. Norway made an effort lately, but if we don't have rare earths, our green transition is endangered, and our digital transition is endangered. And secondly, we also have a brain problem. At this moment, the patents issued by Chinese are much more than the patents issued by Americans or by Europeans. And so we will have a real problem to obtain the strategic autonomy. Thank you.
Je vais répondre rapidement à ça.
Je suis d'accord avec toi. Hein. Il faut avoir tout ce qu'on peut, mais
I agree. We need to have as much as we can.
Strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy sur the rare earth, parce que in Europe, il n'y a pas.
Strategic autonomy for rare earths. We don't have that in Europe. In China, we need to try and get this everywhere. It says it in the documents. Could we also have alliances with third countries where they have, where they're mutually beneficial? That's a way of compensating the fact that we don't produce these. Well, they're in Africa, China. We had a traditional presence of Europe there, and we lost that. Sorry, I just wanted to add that.
Au Congo, c'est une bijouterie à ciel ouvert. Hein?
Well, yeah, Congo is a sort of open cast jewel shop, really.
Il y a beaucoup de choses à réfléchir.
There's a lot of things to think about here. We've got a couple of things still to say from our side. Once again, enormous thanks to both of you. Just stay here for the time being. Didier has done something, and that shows that in general assemblies, you know, we talk about issues that go above and beyond our everyday business, and you managed to get what you wanted with a smile. Well done. Didier is going to just say a couple of housekeeping points, and then we'll close with 2 or 3 closing words from myself. Well, the last point on our agenda, as you see, is the presentation of the new website of Aiace International. we're not going to be unveiling that tonight because just like the works in the Corinth channel, they were supposed to be done by the end of May. Same goes for the website. Its work is well advanced, but it's not completed. It's fairly late. It's going to be fairly late when we get to it. And even if I wanted to show you, I think people want to go and wash and freshen up before the gala dinner tonight. Anyway, our current website is rather old already, and over the years we realized that we needed to get a lot more information on there. And the site was not really built to hold that much information. It's been harder to fit all that information in, and it's becoming extremely rather difficult to find your way around this website. It's stuffed too full of information, you can't find it. And on our level, Secretariat, it's not very easy for us to update it. We often have to call on the service providers because we don't really know how to do it. So the idea is to modernize the site, but we've realized this was really not worth it. So we decided to start again from scratch with a completely new site with a much more user-friendly approach, and the subjects are grouped together by themes of interest, easier to consult, more user-friendly. We've got health, pensions, and the home page will have 3 or 4 major blocks of information. You can go into greater detail, and that will work through stages. And there's an enormous bibliography of texts, tutorials, information. We're going to put them in a maximum number of languages. And we could suggest that it should be made in all EU languages. So it should be accessible to all without the EU login, because a lot of retirees still don't have a login. We want to encourage sections to keep the this sort of library up to date. We would encourage sections to put a link to their own section websites so that people can go straight to the latest versions, because the versions available are not the latest version, not always in the right language, even when that language version was available. So there's an enormous repository of information. We want everyone to be able to find their way there. There's going to be videos, tutorials, and so on. To go back to something that was already raised and has been requested this morning, all of the tutorials that were done are all at least available in French and English. And if we find volunteers to translate them into other languages, we'd be happy to do that. And the PMO is also always, at least in French and English, all that information. So I hope that in the fullness of time, this baby will be able to be presented in society, and we can unveil it all to you, and you can see what's there. And this new site is very important. When you go into the home page, first of all, you will automatically get notification of latest news. You can just delete that if you want, or you can keep them. But at least each time you visit the site, you will see what's new. So I really am sorry that I can't unveil that to you today. It's our baby, but it's not quite ready. But one day you'll log on to the new site and you'll see that it's all brand new and shiny. Well, thank you. We thought it was worth putting off the birth and having the new baby really come into the world fully fledged. This is my first General Assembly as the president, real president, to say the first face-to-face meeting we've had since I took on my mandate. I want to thank Marie-Luce for electing me, and thank everyone for voting me in. It was very nice of you, and everybody. Thank everybody. Didier, of course, you know what he does. Panos, apart from the fact that he's extremely competent, intelligent, and so on, is someone who can really calm me down when I tend to just kind of fly off the handle. It's good to have somebody calm and cool and collected nearby. I'm very lucky to be surrounded by such a wonderful bureau, so thanks to each and every one of you. I also wanted to essentially thank Anne Pascal and Roussel Fabrizio, Dominique Michaud, who's not there, but she's Dominique, and Claire, of course, Andrea, who's the colleague who helps us a great deal, who tends to bypass her own hierarchy in DGHR to help us, who wasn't able to make it today. She's fantastic. I'd like to thank the Greek section, the Hellenic section that's really helped us. They've provided intellectual support, a wonderful welcome. Now, it really is the heart of everything. Thank you also to the IB, who's not present here, but helped to prepare everything. I'd like to thank the interpreters, Elite, the interpreting company, for organizing this, all the technicians, all the microphones and everything behind the scenes. And of course, my thanks to the Congress organizers. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. It's been an enormous pleasure. And of course, our photographer taken some wonderful photos of us. So we'll see each other again tonight, this evening for the gala dinner. And then tomorrow we've got the workshops and we have our board meeting tomorrow afternoon. And it will be fantastic to be with you for the next couple of days. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers.